Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie Bellekom, Sam Boride Burns, Shamini Bundell, and Ellie Sparrow.
Yay! Guest! We have a guest.
We
it's
have
exciting.
a guest.
Yay!
Super excited.
So yes, welcome to the show, Shamini.
I'm so psyched.
Yes.
I'm trying to calm myself down over here. I'm calm. Don't worry.
Would you like to tell the listeners a little bit about your other D&D things, what you do?
Yes, please do.
Oh yeah, gosh, I should do that. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, if you hadn't mentioned that, I wouldn't have. I'd have totally forgotten.
That's okay.
My mind is on my character. I'm like prepping in my head. But before that, yeah. So I'm going to plug Adventurers Wanted because a lot of the D&D stuff I do is with Adventurers Wanted. And we've done some great campaigns, and we've had Ellie guest on one of our campaigns, which is fantastic.
I was a really old elephant. It was the best.
She wasn't real.
Excellent.
She gave me trust issues.
And humbugs.
And yeah, we don't have a sort of like single long running show. We got lots of like 12 episode campaigns, one shots, 4 episode campaigns. So you can just jump in and give it a go.
They're very good at stuff. It's very
Yes.
exciting. Yes. Aww. You'll probably know that by how many guests we've had from them at this point. We've had a few.
3? I think we've had 3.
We had 3 actually, not that many.
Which
they
is,
are excellent folk.
At this point, 60% of our guests.
Yes.
That's true.
Speaking of 60%, it's time for us to glance 60% into the future.
60% of what? Never mind.
Time.
Actually, before we glance into the future, that's a good point.
That's worrying.
Yes, before we glance 60% into the future, we should actually bring our eyes back to the now. And because we have a guest, we should do pronouns. So we're going to go around the table and just do a little bit about our pronouns as players and also the pronouns of the characters we're going to play. So I'm going to start with... let's do this loosely alphabetically, actually.
Yeah.
So let's start with Robbie.
I am Robbie. I use she and they pronouns, and I'm playing Scamp, who uses they them pronouns.
Sam.
Hi, I'm Sam. I use he him pronouns, and so does my character Corzin.
Shamini.
I'm Shamini. I use she, her pronouns, and so does my character, who's called Ellen. Spoilers.
Name, sweet name.
I'm writing it down immediately.
Information. Exciting.
Ellie.
Hello, I'm Ellie. I'm going to use she, they pronouns today, and my character Celestia uses she, her pronouns.
Hello, and I'm Jason. I use he, him pronouns, and I play literally everyone else, so collectively I use they use they, them.
All the pronouns for you.
Yes. All right. So, it's that special time in each episode where we cast our minds forward into the future and demand urgently of future us what messages from the present. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. And now, my friend, the time has come to talk of other things, of ships and shoes and sealing wax, and the Flintlocks and Fireballs Patreon. Did you know that the Flintlocks and Fireballs Patreon has a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game? Of course you did. You do remember that, don't you? Unless, of course, your memories are being devoured by Mikhail, the friendly ear spider. But that's impossible. That would hardly be friendly. And friendly is in Mikhail's name and title. Assuming you can trust Mikhail. Who can you trust? Can you trust anyone? Find out on the Flintlocks and Fireballs Patreon. Link in the description. We just did our first live stream with video and everything, courtesy of UK Games Expo's Virtually Expo. That was last Saturday, and hopefully in the near future, we should be able to put the full 2-hour adventure that we ran, No Honour Amongst Thieves, tentative title, up on our YouTube channel for you to watch, and we will have the audio available as bonus content. For now, however, you can check it out by going to twitch.com/UK Games Expo and check out the VOD there. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, past Jason. Oh, and because I was apparently supposed to put some sort of product advert in here, drink baby's blood. Ah, yes. That is definitely a product or service that I would... I don't know why I'm saying this. We don't have any sponsors 4 weeks in the future.
No, definitely not. Nobody's sponsoring us right now. Except for you, the listeners, who some of you are our patrons, for which we are very grateful.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon. All right. In that case, I can think of no further reason to continue putting off the inevitable, which means it is time to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
After venturing into the Panakan forest to retrieve various artifacts and follow the trail of a mysterious jade key, the party have returned to the city of Tiope, capital of the Panukiachin nation. Having restored, amongst other things, the adventurer archaeologist / international thief, Herr Belloc.
Just a thief.
Just a thief.
To the... It is debatable whether in this period of history the terms archaeologist and thief are synonymous, but that is a question which I am not going to debate. Please direct all queries to the British Museum.
Thief. They are thieves.
They are. There's not a debate, they just are.
However, moving swiftly onwards from that. Having retrieved a number of artifacts, including a teleport platform, but also a large dog. By large, I mean huge. A huge phantasmal dog capable of transporting the party. As well as originally intended as a bracelet for Corzin, it's a belt. The belt of Argus Panoptes. Which grants Corzin rather more eyes, as they are now currently covered in eye tattoos, as is their clothing, from which they can see in every direction, amongst other things. Oh yes.
I hate it.
However, they also recovered the Skyglaive, Sinofutalane, a cultural relic of the Achene, which they have returned to them. The party, however, upon doing this, also received news. The colonial town, or city, in fact, of Thunder's Watch has been attacked and seized by Osirian military forces, including a flotilla under the command of one Commodore Blacktusk, a long-standing nemesis of the party, responsible ultimately...
He doesn't know he's our nemesis, does he?
Debatable, yeah.
It's debatable whether he knows we exist.
It's unclear if he knows you even exist.
I hate him.
You are kind of a little... you've not really come to his attention up to this point.
I don't feel like we're his nemesis.
No, he's got this whole
Give
other
us time.
arc going off that he's concerned about. However, having received word that the flotilla has left Thunder's Watch and is heading now. It would be eastward. The party have spurs to them to make a potential return to the town of, to the city of New Altmark, or Newmark for short. It is the 8th of Falling Leaves, 1798. Let's get over that. And to brush over a handful of small things, you gather your belongings, retrieve Kerberos, your phantasmal dog, from the stables in which he has been quartered. You also take the opportunity, should you wish to sell off those Theriato bones.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
The
definitely.
alchemist.
I think we would,
Yes,
yeah.
please.
For which I believe you retrieve around 1,000 gold pieces.
Oh.
Shall I add that to the ship's manifest?
Yeah.
Let's buy a new boat
Yep.
soon.
Savings.
We might be able to, actually.
The alchemist being quite... the alchemist, interestingly enough, provides you this in a mixture of in a mixture of currency. Because it's such a large amount, they don't really use their own silver-based currency, but they give you what seem to be about 500 or... Actually, no, it would be about... it would be 400 or Syrian gold crowns and a banker's draft. A couple of banker's drafts.
I don't want to go to the
I
bank.
hate the bank.
Each of which are respectively for 200 and 400, which seem to be made out by various merchants that have done business with them in the past.
Bank's scary.
G&G.
Indeed, valid at any golden crats in Guildenstone.
Balls.
Well,
They are
there is
definitely
going to
the
be one
villains.
in Altmark. There is definitely going to be one there.
There is indeed one in Numa. Are there any preparations you wish to make before the 4-day ride back towards Newmark?
Say a proper goodbye to Autonone.
You do so.
Yeah.
Beyond saying goodbye.
Give Autonone a hug.
There, you at the city gate, Adnone, having made his own plans to head back at his own pace to his home, takes a moment to look at each of you in turn, smiling in that small kind of reserved way he does. Well, it will be different without you.
It's going to be weird without you.
Yeah.
We will no doubt see each other again. Come
Oh, yeah.
time for the festival.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Looking forward to
we'll
that.
check in on you by sending, yeah?
Yes, please do.
Are you a hugger?
I am not a hugger.
Are you a handshaker? No,
I
that's
can-
weird as well, isn't it? We could just bow at each other, that's fine.
Smiles and puts her hands to his breastbone, facing upwards, doing the small Lachine bow. You hear a voice from behind, though, call out, "Hello, I am a hugger."
You can have a hug, Helvy.
And you turn around and see the short, white-haired form of Helvy, the dwarf. You can see that they are outfitted now with a new apron. Complete with a couple of smithing tools stuffed into pockets, and they come forward and give you a quite stout hug
Oh,
around
I think
there.
my spine just cracked. Fantastic, thank you.
Well, it will be a shame to see you all, but thank you for rescuing me.
Thank you for coming with the weirdos you met in the woods.
Yeah, thank you for helping us.
Well, you were
Yeah.
a damn sight better than the weirdos that were also in the woods that were trying to kill me.
That is true.
That's reasonable. If we're ever in Tierpe, we'll pop in for an alarming amount of whiskey, yeah?
They nod and smile. They look back and you can see there's a handful of eager-looking Acheen holding various tools. Well, I have to get back to the foundry, but be well.
Good luck.
You
I'm going to
too.
give you each a quick hug before scampering off and away.
Bye.
Kerberos, the dog, just pants gently.
Right.
Right.
No reason to
Saddle
delay.
up, everyone.
You each climb onto the back of the wagon-sized dog. I want you to imagine just like a really hench Rottweiler, or so cross between a Rottweiler and bulldog, and you're in the right sort of
Okay.
area.
Oh,
Yeah. He's muscly.
Muscular dog.
He's one of
A
the.
a
friend.
good friend.
Yeah. Right, everyone up.
Yep.
Pigate.
And with that, you clutch on desperately to Kerberos's fur as the hound begins to bound quickly across the countryside. Following
I'm really going to have to learn more drawing at some point.
You begin making your way across country quickly, back towards Newmark. You can reach there with 8 hours of travel each day within 4 days. So, the question is, given that the fleet is due to arrive in 3 to 4 days, are you going to keep that steady pace, or are you going to try and ride faster? Because while Kerberos is literally incapable of becoming exhausted, you, as his riders, definitely are.
I feel like we're all a bit panicked and we probably go a bit faster.
Yeah,
Or is
I
everyone
think
else
we'd want
Let's
to
be
push it.
dumb.
Corzin would want to
Let's
get
be
back before the fleet arrives.
Yeah, your
If at all
your wife
possible.
and child are there. Like, I think we're going quickly.
In which case,
He'd also want to check in at the end of every day with them to see if there's been any developments.
Oh yeah, like more than once a day if you want. I also think I check in with Leah
Yeah.
every day at least once.
okay, so
We don't have to like do that, obviously, but
I will essentially summarise for you that
Yeah.
situations with Leah remain somewhat stable. She and Michael are busy organising a kernel of resistance outside of Thunder's Watch. For the rest of it, however, I actually would like each of you to give me a constitution check for the first day of travel.
my best chat. How exciting!
Check.
check.
Check, not
Oh shit, that's not bad. Bloody hell.
16.
Ooh, 18.
17.
okay. You
Look at
Wow.
us.
okay?
Look
Oh.
at us.
You ride hard and long. I will say that you are able to get out reliably another 4 hours of travel on top of the 8 that you spend. So you're able to get out 12. You can try and keep pushing, but I will call another check. Any exhaustion you get during this will not go away when you sleep. This will keep building until you do a day where you are not travelling.
That's fair. I just feel like once we've started travelling quickly, I don't see us stopping. How does everybody else feel?
Yeah. No, Corzin's
yeah.
going to want to get back as quickly
Okay, you're
as
going to
possible.
try and,
Wife and child, you
you're
know?
gonna try and
like...
get a full day.
Dude.
Okay, it's tiring, but give me another check, please. As you race.
Oh no.
22.
Well.
Also 12.
Okay, because you would have might have worked on another day, but you've pushed extra hard. You do manage a full 16 hours of riding on the first day, which means that you do make it close to 160 miles over land. For what would normally be a 360-ish mile journey straight over land, you are doing very well. But starting at the first light, going until past the sunset, you hit a point where although Corzin, you are still like focused forwards, you can see Celestia and Scamp almost slipping off Kerberos's back.
Yeah.
You have to call a halt.
Oh, neither of us
Yeah,
say
fair.
anything either because we're both idiots.
Nope. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark off 1 level of exhaustion for the pair of you.
Cool.
So disadvantage and ability checks.
I think I'm going to be walking a bit funny for a couple of days.
My arse is killing me, darling. I'm not gonna lie.
All right. Well, we have made a very good time today. I think we should make camp.
Yes.
I'm gonna have a little nap.
Yeah, you do that. I'll
Once I've done the dome
yeah.
You set up the tiny dome
and the alarm.
and the alarm
I'll
spell.
get some wood together.
It's kind of very much dragging your feet to do it. Okay. Do you...
Corzin will take first watch.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We both fucking keel over. Of course you do.
You do. Corzin, checking in via Celestia, there is no immediate change in Newmark at this time. Do you have any instructions or orders that you would send out to them on this first day?
Well, they don't have the means of sending to me, do they? Unless
No.
Celestia's
I'm the
orders it,
sending maid.
so- yeah. The only thing he would want to know is if the fleet arrive ahead of schedule, or if there is a significant upheaval in the city itself.
I think my suggestion would be that we start checking in twice a day, like at midday and then in the evening.
All right, yeah, we can do that.
So I'll mark off 2 spells for the day that we get there.
Do. Okay. That night, there is no big change, except that news has reached the city now of what has happened in Thunder's Watch. It reaches that evening.
Mm-hmm.
The following day comes as you prepare to race again. Again, you were able to manage 8 hours of travel without difficulty. Do you continue trying to press on to 12 on the 9th?
I'm not sure we can. We're at disadvantage now.
Yeah.
There's no way we're gonna pass these checks.
Yeah.
And if we get doubled exhaustion by the time we get
We
to the
fucked.
city, that's a real problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you ride for 8 hours, but you can feel you are tired all day with the ride. You can feel it in your bones, and
One would
even-
imagine Corzin calls a halt, because I don't think
Yeah.
either of us are sensible enough to.
there's
No.
a couple of short breaks in the middle of the day. At points
Yeah.
in the day around
In order to send and whatnot.
around midday, you do your checks in, and you call in to check with. Call in to check with Molly. Flipping heck, I
Wow.
must be tired.
I was gonna
Don't know
say,
how
it was either Molly or it was Vig.
Yeah.
One of the two.
You call in to check with Molly, and you get a response. Things are heating up. There's been protests in town, stirred up by those Bell founders. They're upset about what happened at Thunder's Watch.
Understandable.
We're keeping watch.
This sounds awfully like justification. I don't doubt that these people are genuinely fired up about what happened at Thunder's Watch if the reports are true, but it all just seems a bit too damned convenient.
Yeah, we need more information.
We just don't
see.
know anything.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
Could we?
Molly's sensible, though. They'll be fine.
Yeah, we might want to check in with. Well, actually, we should check in with that Ferocian mate. What was his name?
Oh, Philippe.
Felipe. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, we'll probably hand wave it for time, because
Yeah,
I'm aware
you
of
do.
that, but we do that.
Yeah.
Felipe pulls back. Interesting. I will make sure to keep in touch. That's more interesting. I will make sure to keep in touch with your ship and send word if anything comes about. I figure you're good for a few favors.
Much appreciated.
Excellent. Right, bedtime.
You ride on the rest of the day,
Yeah.
and you get
Corzin takes first watch again.
you get to a point where you just have to let the rest of the party rest for a few hours before sleep.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Corzin's
it's not even that you're traveling 8 hours straight on this day. You just have to take a break every couple of hours of hard riding this time.
If it gets to the point where Corzin is exhausted, he will ask Celestia very nicely for some of her coffee.
We are like on coffee.
Because of the more measured pace you're taking today, there is not any checks, but nobody loses their levels of exhaustion either. You keep these until you stop the race. The 9th passes. The 10th begins. So this is the start of the 3rd day of travel.
Right.
So you will, by all accounts, arrive around about evening at the pace you've currently set. This is with the 8 hours spread out, so it's actually like 12 to 14 hours of travel, but with gaps in between. If you decide to ride harder, I will ask for a check.
Cool.
So, the midday check. I'm going to actually roll for this.
Oh no.
Before you can get to the midday check, about 11 in the morning, you receive, Corzin, receive a sending.
Oh no.
All right.
You recognise Felipe's voice.
Right.
They are on the horizon. The fleet will arrive by evening. Should your ship stay and use their cannons to defend, but or move out free,
The ship's still in the harbour currently, isn't it?
yes. So this particular point, if you refer to the handy map,
So we would be
I sent
defending
you.
against Orsiria and Captain McUnibrow.
Yep, basically.
Yeah.
So if you look at the handy little map I sent you, which we finally have a map for this city, the ship is currently docked along the east piers, bordering the
Right.
River Hound.
Right.
The central island, by the way, of Newmark is called Hickory Isle.
Okay.
But no, you're docked at a berth along the east piers. I would say not far from Five Friars.
Are they necessarily going to be shooting at us as a matter of course if we are a ship that, for all intents and purposes, looks like one of their own?
Not necessarily.
I mean, they're not going to recognise the ship. They've literally never seen it before because they sunk our other ship.
Yeah, true, but what happened
You are currently
when we
flying
first
Orsirian
arrived
colours.
was we flew Orsirian colours in order to allay any suspicions.
Very
Yeah,
true.
but if we're in harbour with Assyrian colours and there's a Syrian army attacking, then surely the city is going to attack us.
Yeah, we
That's
can't
true.
be flying Osirian colours right now. We should change that for a start.
Right.
What do we do?
I think the response Corzin would give is
Actually, yeah, you don't have time to discuss this with us. You just do it. Shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're just sort of
that's why I
Go
was,
for it.
it was why I was discussing all of that out of character,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
making sure I know
Stuff
the
that you'd
facts.
already know.
Yeah, okay. Corzin's response will be... Don't fly Orsirian colours. Withdraw if violence erupts. Send when fleet arrives. We've got 8 left. Instruct your people to remain neutral unless attacked. I think that's it.
Okay, you send the message. With this information, do you want to continue at the pace you're travelling? If you do, you will arrive around about sundown.
I obviously relay all of this, and I say to the others, look, I know we're tired, but they're on the horizon. If we can get to the ship...
Coffee, let's go.
Alright.
Onward.
Thank you both. And he gives them a big hug.
Get on the dog, come on.
Right.
Okay. This is actually
What happens at 2 levels of exhaustion?
Bad stuff.
bad stuff.
Very bad stuff.
Things.
We're going to regret this.
Actually, it's a valid point. If you're drinking coffee,
I am not.
Yeah, you're not.
If you drink coffee, though, it does mean that you can take this check without disadvantage, because coffee temporarily suspends exhaustion until your next short rest.
What if I have more coffee at my next short rest? What does that
If
do?
you have additional coffee, then you
can't
start
remember your
getting
rules.
build-up exhaustion afterwards.
Good
You
lord.
can have one sort of dose, which represents a few cups of coffee, without building up exhaustion from over-caffeination.
But okay, so if I have a coffee, I can make this check without disadvantage. But am I
Yes.
then going to have 2 levels of exhaustion anyway?
No. It would only do it if you then did it again.
Unless you fail.
I'm gonna have a coffee
If you
because
fail the check, though, you'll then have 2
Yeah.
levels.
I'll have 2 if
But
I
you'll have
fail it
2
anyway.
Yeah.
So like, fuck it. Also, my con is so bad, guys. It's so
Yeah.
bad.
God, I wish Lesser Restoration cured this. but
Con
no.
is the best dump stat, and I want nothing else on the matter.
Everyone give me a constitution check, please.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna use
god.
Tides to balance to negate the disadvantage.
It's a natural fucking 20.
Okay.
15.
Oh, that is a 21.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
But Tides of Chaos is now out.
Tides of Chaos is now
Yes.
active. You all just about make it, Corzin.
2 levels of exhaustion is half speed.
Yeah.
That is a real
Oh,
problem.
it's really bad.
You
Yeah.
ride
If you're moving under your own power, yeah.
and because you're riding hard, you manage to get to you'll be coming off on the east bank, up towards the east bank, not of the island, but on not of Hickory Isle where the ship is, but towards the eastern piers, on the opposite side of the River Hound. Which means the ships haven't arrived, but that doesn't mean things haven't started to kick off. You can already see now that there are... you can already hear in the distance just the sounds of...
It started.
Oh shit.
even as you're coming over the hills, over the horizon, bounding on this huge and very eye-catching dog.
Corzin is going to have shoved a spare shirt down his breeches as extra padding.
Okay. You can see as well the ships are coming in too. They're not quite close. They are close enough that you can see them on the horizon because of the slight rise of the hill that you are cresting over. You can see them a few miles out. They won't get into harbour for perhaps another hour. But they are but they are close enough to see. You are able. So you can see up ahead though. There is fighting on the edges of the river, mostly on the eastern side, as you can see from and it would be on the eastern side, from Fort Beatrix, which is not currently on the version of the map I've drawn you because of time, but will be on the one I eventually publish, where the 13th Regiment was quartered. You can now see lines of red-coated troops They're actually split up a bit, though, because as they move their way through the city street, actually, on the edges, it's only city streets near the edges. Up on the outside, it's mostly open fields and farms. You see lines of red-coated troops, about 5 columns in red coats, and 5 columns where most of the coats are black. And each group, and about 1 coat in 13 is red. And you recognise the stripes of a sergeant. And actually, with your crazy passive perception right now, you're able to work out why. Because the black-coated figures, although they are stiffly advancing forwards, firing, reload, and firing, their skin is dried and desiccated down. They are skeletal figures.
Oh.
Right.
Animated under the control of the Reclamation Corps.
Whose side are we on here? I know we don't like Captain Monobrow and he's our nemesis and everything.
Syria have been kind of bastards, as far as I can tell.
What's the other side here?
It seems like whatever they did in Thunder's Watch, they're going to treat whatever's going on here as justification for a similar act.
Equally, though, we're really not that informed that it's quite scary. Syria seem bad, but I'm not sure I know enough.
From what little we were able to glean from what Leah was saying is that shit just kicked off there, but the first thing most people knew about it was when the Navy arrived.
I mean, if Belloc's anything to go by, they're bastards, but, we've learnt things about judging an entire people by one person, so it's probably... But, him and Unibrow are the two that we've really had interactions with, and Unibrow only sort of loosely. I
have personal reasons to frustrate his life, not political ones.
Yeah. Things are weird.
For now, let's see if we can't get back to the ship in one piece.
Yes.
Okay. I want to... So, in order to get back to the ship, you're going to need to cross the River Hound.
River Hound? That's a good river name.
Hickory Isle is bounded on the eastern side by the River Hound, on the western side by the imaginatively named West River.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Not that this is...
How many towns have the High Street in it, to be fair?
In fairness, although this one, it's Broadway. Broadway and Waters Way are the two equivalent streets. But in order to get that, you're going to need to get across the river, and this isn't a stream. This is a full-on river. It's at some of the narrowest point. It's about 250 feet wide.
I mean, it's not 500 feet, but
it's
that's
not 500 feet, but
also conspicuous.
Also conspicuous. And also, you are currently still riding a giant dog.
Yes.
So, I guess the question is, how do you want to get across, and how obvious do you want to be about this?
Dogs can swim.
Can this dog swim?
Yep. Generally.
How do you know this dog? 'Cause it's not a real dog, darling.
Well,
what if we put it in the water and it just poofs?
The seahorses that Scamp made that one time weren't real, but they could still swim.
That's true. We don't know if it's the same rules. Scamp's magic doesn't follow normal rules.
That's true.
We could sort of dip it in the water and see how it goes.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, I'll make some seahorses.
Excellent.
Right. Let's get down there at least.
Okay. So,
hopefully, with all the violence going on, a dog is not going to be the biggest thing on people's minds.
We dip the dog in the water to see how it goes.
Okay. First, you need to get to the water. So, assuming that you're not being stealthy about this,
we will try. We should be stealthy.
We should
when we
attempt.
get closer.
Yeah.
Okay, but you want to try and get close before you get stealthy. I want
Moderately
Moderately
close.
close.
But, like,
Okay,
walking
give
distance.
me a stealth check, everyone, and
Okay. And
He's mulling on whether to give us disadvantage for the giant fucking dog we're on. I can see it in his eyes.
yeah, honestly, it's like I almost want you to roll separately for for Kerberos.
I'm happy to roll separately for Kerberos, but
Yeah. Okay. Let's say.
I'm going to say I've got my coat on the purple side so that I don't have disadvantage.
Yep. you
Oh,
got it.
I've got disadvantage anyway because exhaustion, so fuck it.
What's the equivalent huge
Oh, yeah, I
beast
forgot
in here that I would use? Is this
Elephant? No.
Quite big enough for an elephant.
might be
Direwolf?
dire wolf is probably the one I would use, but I guess using. So if I grab the dire wolf stats out of the monster manual, we'll be around at the back. Honestly, dire bear would be would be closest with this stat.
Okay.
Excellent.
But or giant bear or giant boar. Oh wait, no, I know what the huge beast is that would work. It's got to be the polar bears in here somewhere. What are
Okay.
they called? Polar bears, Arctic bears. That's the fancy names. Polar bear.
Is it as random as you were expecting, Shamini?
I can't believe you got away with that. Even just like 1 point of exhaustion on that whole thing.
I can't either.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be worse.
Because con is not one of their strong stats.
20.
My con is 10. I do not deserve to have like only one level of exhaustion.
You really don't. Okay, give me a straight d20 with disadvantage, I think, because it's a friggin' huge dog.
Okay, I will roll the.
Shall we all roll our own as well?
No, roll your own, and then one for Kerberos as well.
Okay, I will roll my own first.
Oh, that's not
that
good.
wasn't great. That's a 9.
So it's 11 for me.
I've got a 22 because I usually have advantage, so it balances out.
Okay,
Okay,
11.
and for Kerberos then. With disadvantage, that's an 8.
Okay,
Bloody hell.
that's definitely more than half the party below 10.
Oh, we suck, yeah.
That's definitely half the party below 10, I think, at that point.
We've demolished a couple of picket fences, I think.
Okay, so you ride furiously up towards the outer edges of the farmsteads, already drawing eyes from people who are like rightly panicked about the battalion of undead that are marching to claim the eastern shore, but also attracting quite a lot of attention. You, as the high fences start to get thicker, you bound off the dog, and frankly, the exhaustion is getting to you as much as anything else. Because of course,
What, just walking the dog. I'm walking the dog.
because of course you are making the stealth checks with disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, and once we get off the dog, we can just put the dog away.
Yeah.
can you?
I thought we could. I thought
That's
you
a
could put him
thing,
back in
isn't
the
it?
collar, can't you?
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever actually if you ever figured
Maybe we
out
didn't.
how to do that.
Maybe we just assumed it
The
was a
only
thing.
time the dog has gone back in the collar is when it got shot.
I mean, I was going to say, Scamp wouldn't suggest it, but you just need to stab the dog.
This is
Surely there was a command word to deactivate the dog.
I don't think there was.
There was never actually a command word to deactivate the dog.
We just got to kill it.
However, as you are furiously discussing this, running behind the hedges, you hear a distant call go, "Wait, what the fuck is that?
Oh,
Over there!"
Ow.
And there are a crack of multiple musket shots. Everyone, give me a dexterity save, please, versus a barrage.
Okay. So we're behind a hedge right now.
Yep. So yes, you all have three quarters cover. So give yourselves +5 to this.
Oh, it's
Natural
loads.
1, but lucky.
With +5, it's 30.
Bloody hell.
With
Plus 5, it's 25.
Okay, that's 23.
Okay. You all still take some damage, but you manage to avoid the worst of it. As Jason figures out where all his d6s are.
Oh no.
Does Kerberos take it?
Yeah, Kerberos takes more than 1 hit point of damage. In fact, more than 0 hit points of damage.
Just as we're talking about how to dispel him. Oh, so, that's that, John.
The first thing you hear is as you're discussing, like, how do you get rid of him? He says, "Wait, officer, fire!" The first shot strikes Kerberos, who immediately pops like a soap bubble.
Problem solved.
And the collar drops to the ground where you can snatch it.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
However, immediately with the picket fence, which you're all hiding behind, begins to just splinter and buckle. You dive to the ground, avoiding the worst of it. However, you do still take 34 halves down to 17 points of percussive damage each. Okay. At which point, I think, honestly, up to you. If you want to engage this as a fight, we can roll initiative, or if you want to just run, then I need athletics checks from everyone.
How many are there? Is this like a battalion?
Are they like on our tail?
Peering over, you can see that 120 feet away, about 1, 2, 3, 4. About 4 of the squads actually would be platoons of reclamation soldiers have turned your way. So about 48 undead soldiers and 4 living sergeants.
We have not got a cleric. Let's leave.
No, yeah, we need to leave. Can I do a little spell as we leave? So basically, I would like to gather the big old rainbow spirit into like a little paintbrush shape, do a little painting in my hand and throw it, and I would like to send an image of the 3 of us on Kerberos going the other way as we're hiding. It's a major image.
Just roll a check for them.
Nice.
Because I think I can just let it go, can't I?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
And you just will it to keep running. And you see forming up Kerberos and the 3 of you bound the other way, and some shots begin to follow after it. So I will give, in which case you have a distraction. You can all give me either stealth or athletics. And I will say this is advantage, thus cancelling out disadvantage for the distraction.
Cool. I'll do stealth because I just took a penalty to strength because blood magic, so you know.
Yeah, stealth.
That's a dirty 20. How exciting.
Ooh, that is 22.
So both of you doing stealth.
14.
And 14 from Corzin. And you're doing stealth as well? Or are you doing athletics?
Stealth.
Cool. Okay. You quickly scurry behind a house and listen to the sounds of shots firing after the fleeing the fleeing dog, and then quickly begin scurrying, making your way towards the waterfront. By the time you get there, you can see that some resistance has already has formed up on the waterfront itself, as various individuals, essentially a sort of makeshift militia, have formed up and seem to be blocking off the piers as various panicked people are scrambling onto rowboats, ferries, whatever they can get, and getting towards Hickory Island. The militia are clearly on the losing side. They're outnumbered about 6 to 1. So there are close to like 70 people there, but they are scattered. Only about half of them have muskets or firearms. The rest are essentially throwing rocks and bricks. And essentially, from the looks of it, it is a rush for boats. How do you want to cross the river?
Oh no!
Is it seahorse time?
Well, it's a bit busy.
It is a bit busy.
Looking further up the river, you can see in places there are red-coated troops starting to board onto rowboats as well, trying to row across.
How far is it?
Those ones?
Across the river.
Oh, sorry. How far to cross over?
250
feet.
250 feet. How strongly is the river flowing?
It is flowing Fairly strongly.
I assure you, darling, you're the only one who is strong enough to swim across.
Yeah, it's not a rushing rapid.
Yeah, no,
it's not a rushing rapid, but it's not sluggish either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How unsubtle would it be if we flew?
I mean, pretty unsubtle.
Yeah, pretty unsubtle. Teleporting's even less subtle because that's not a thing for anyone else.
True, although if we could...
Well, it would take 5 spells to get us all across because of Jeffrey.
Fucking hell, of course.
Alright,
We could bring the dog back, but again, attention everywhere on us.
You know from experience, once the dog has been shattered, it takes about an hour before the dog regenerates.
right.
No dog.
Okay,
Right,
I
we
think
could try and persuade our way onto a boat.
That might be the best way to do it. Let's do that. Fuck it. Yes.
Alright, let's see if there are any boats around.
Okay, you run over, you can see a lot of the boats have left. Others, people are trying to fight off, buy time for others to get on. You can see that a group of humans and halflings are packing onto an already overloaded boat, but it's actually the least loaded of the ones there. Now that many of them have left, they look up at the 3 of you, including one very heavily armed halfling with a look of more than mild panic. One of them raises a blunderbuss. What do you want?
Whoa!
We just want to get across the river because his wife and child are over there.
Make a persuasion check.
Many. Hang on. That's a 28.
Do we have money?
We do have money, and he also has weapons, so you
Right.
have extra defense.
You, pointing to Corzin, get on the boat. Kid, elf lady, if you can, hang on to the sides and tread water.
Lovely. That sounds fun.
The boat is packed.
We do that.
Yeah, Corzin will get on, but also we'll make sure that Scamp and Celestia are close.
The man in question jumps onto the boat afterwards and kicks off. There's a furious rowing as they try and get along. You watch as the last few defenders on the east bank start to fall from repeated gunfire or just breaking. Some of them are running. When it's down to about 50, 40 of them, most of them either make for the boats themselves or in some cases just dive into the river and trust to their strength to overcome the current.
Is anyone shooting at the boats specifically?
At this boat specifically?
Or any of them?
Not yet, but as the soldiers flood in and take control... No, they work on securing the pier. They're not after the boats that have already gone over. They're trying to, but they do start dragging people out of boats that haven't left yet, trying to secure them for their own use. You watch as you see further up further down the river. You can see where other boats are filled with redcoats, engaged in pitched battle, with firing shots at defenders on the bank. Who are firing back at them. However, these ones seem to have moved on prematurely. They, after exchanging a few shots, after some bodies drop into the water, you see them, they turn, they start rowing back towards the safety of the east bank, out of reliable musket shot. They did, however, manage to make a few attacks along the way. And there are some fallen bodies on the piers of the eastern piers as the boat with some exhaustion finishes rowing up close. You see there are a number of figures on the ground, some being dragged to safety, some of which have fallen and are still. And looking very panicked are in between a pair of black-coated musket orcs who appear to have been shot and killed, is one very panicky individual. And at this point, Shamini, as a boat full of panicked refugees rows up towards the pier where you're standing, where your bodyguards both just got killed in the exchange. I'd like you to introduce your character, please.
Right, so you see a sort of tall, broad orc, sort of oaky green skin, kind of wild curly hair, a pair of goggles round her neck, wearing quite smart outfits, kind of like Hobbit style, wealthy farm owner, like a nice little waistcoat.
Ooh.
She's got little tusks. She's got a little bit of a moustache going on, and generally just not looking. Yeah.
Oh no!
You watch as several boats come up to the edge, including one from which a very waterlogged-looking tiefling, an elf, and a heavily armed and a very heavily armed halfling all disembark.
Oh dear. Sorry, excuse me. Could I this boat, are you going back? I'd like to go back. Could you, is anyone,
I wouldn't recommend going back if I were you.
Going back?
Have you seen it over there?
It's not looking good over there, darling.
No, I know, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be on that side, and I'm on this side, and I was just going shopping, and now I'm on the wrong side, and if you could just give me a quick lift, I will be, rewarded.
There's a lot of shooting on that side.
People are really
Are you sure?
properly dying over there.
I don't want to get shot. Oh dear, I'm not supposed to be here, you see.
We could help get you somewhere safe, if you like.
Could you? Would you? That would be awfully kind of you.
Yes. What's your name?
Oh, hello, sorry, hello, yes, my name's Ellen.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you. I put a hand out for a handshake.
Corzin Horhace, at your service. You live around here, then?
I thought we were doing what was your name, sorry?
Corzin Horhace.
Right,
Pleased to meet you.
Shake your hand.
Hi,
shake your hand
I'm Scamp.
Hello there. Oh, hello.
Musket fire in the background.
Oh dear, oh no.
We should leave. This is a bad place to be standing. But by all means, come along.
I'm just going to follow you. And,
yeah.
Okay, right. This is sensible, yes.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Are you on your own here? No offense, but you don't seem very confident.
I was going shopping.
I suppose. No, okay, yeah, that is fair to then.
I didn't know it was going to be shooting, or I wouldn't have picked today to go shopping.
No, it's a bad day for shopping, for sure.
Does she have any shopping bags? This is an out-of-character question.
Yeah, that's cool.
I think you, it's a good question. Ellen, do you have shopping bags?
No, but she does point to a very nice flat cap on her head.
That's lovely.
And say, I bought this hat.
Oh, hat shopping, right.
It's very nice.
Okay.
It suits you very well.
Love a bit of hat shopping.
We're sort of currently kind of neutral in this situation. That is subject to change, I do warn you. But we're currently heading back to our ship, which is sort of probably safe, maybe. You're welcome to come if you just want somewhere to hide out until it's done.
Or if you could take me over to the other side when it's done.
Yeah, we could maybe do that. Could we do that? I look at the other two.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, when it's done, for
That
sure.
shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, it's just much killing over there.
I don't recommend you go over there now. There's Reclamation Corps all over the place, and they don't seem to be particularly...
Picky.
No, I think they're in the recruiting vein, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Think we should be walking and talking? Let's do that.
Yes, let's.
Yep.
I'm
Come on,
just
let's
going
go.
to follow you. You seem very nice.
So do you. It's lovely. Nice hat.
Thank you.
Where do you want to make your way towards? What is your destination from here?
The ship, I guess.
Yep, the ship is
Yeah,
further up
so-
the east pier. You move quickly, fortunately without much further exchange of fire that you can see. It looks as though, despite an initial push, for the moment, perhaps due to lack of immediate reinforcements, the soldiers, the 13th Regiment, those that are around, have been pushed back to the east bank. However, it also looks, from what you can see from the fact that the fighting has stopped on the East Bank, that the Redcoats definitely control that way off the island. You reaching the Kraken's Bane itself. You can also clambering up. You see Molly and Vig waiting for you.
Molly,
Corzin.
thank the Regent. I envelop her and kiss.
It is thoroughly reciprocated. You see little Corzin poke his head out of the captain's staterooms before Belle just ushers him back inside.
Give him a little wave and do a small puff of smoke in greeting to amuse him.
Oh, did you see that? Yes, we should
Later.
get back inside now. Which is the ship's cook ushers the tiny 1 foot, closing to like 14 inches these days, halfling.
He's grown so much.
He's over a foot tall. It's a milestone.
back into the stateroom. Vig looks down. Most of the crew is accounted for. We have a few absences, unfortunately.
This is Ellen, by the way. She's here now.
You see a black-haired half-elf. The look down. The figure that has embraced Corzin is a red-headed halfling.
This is Molly. And this is Vig. Ellen, Vig, Molly. Yes, everyone knows each other. Lovely.
Hello, yes.
First mates and
Quartermaster.
well,
Yes,
quartermaster.
indeed. Most of the crew is accounted for. We pulled all of the soldiers back on board. We have the spider tieflings. Ellen, you look and you see poking their head up is a creature you have never seen before. A humanoid creature with just looking kind of like a humanoid spider. They have 4 arms. They have 4 arms. They have chitinous skin and mandibles.
Don't they also have like a set of 4 eyes where each humanoid eye would be?
Yeah. So it's a little disconcerting. One of them waves cheerfully, and you can see that they are holding. There's actually a few of them, and they seem to be holding a mixture of muskets and long sabers.
Trust me, they're worth 10 of any of those redcoats over there.
Well,
Nice to meet you all.
one of them calls, "Hello there. Good to see you."
This is Ellen. She's new.
Hello, Ellen. They give a nod and hurry on to preparing their weapons. We'll see if we shall see, says Vig, if we are going to make use of them, although it seems likely. As I say, we're almost all accounted for. However,
Who's missing?
Alton and a small number of their crew are on the west bank drinking.
Of course they fucking were.
That's
Alton will be fine. The man
west-
can't die, but everybody else I'm worried about.
already been taken by troops from the 8th Regiment.
Can you send to him?
I can.
Find out where he is.
Alton, darling, where are you? Are you okay? Any information helpful? Crew okay? Help. What's happening?
You'd have to be in the sending room for that, but cool.
Y'all say that you do it on the pier.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
There's no response.
Nothing, so that's terrifying. Anyone else
Right, hang on.
terrified? No?
Hang on.
Yep.
Where's the West Pier relative to here?
Where's the what?
The
West
West
Bank.
Pier.
It is southwest. It is in fact southwest
All the
of
way
here.
across the town.
All the way across the
In
town.
terms of distance.
It is certainly within 6 miles. I'd say that.
Right.
If you look for that, it is 1 moment. 250. It is within 1,000 feet, just about. I think.
Right. Corzin is going to cast Locate Creature.
Okay, focusing for a moment, the fish spirits float around you. Ellen, you can't see spirits, so you're completely unable to perceive this. But the fish eye spirit focuses on yours, on your eye, and you turn, and you sense that they are still on somewhere to the southwest.
Right, he's still around. Southwest of here.
Would that work if he was dead?
Do I get the sense that it would.
Technically, you'd be looking for an object at that point.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, it's for the same reason that mending doesn't work on people who are still living.
So, as far as you can tell, you get the sense that Apple Blossom is at this point alive.
Right.
Maybe unconscious, though.
He's alive, at least unconscious, possibly. Or who was with him?
A small number of the gunners and the able seamen. No more than 11.
Right. Well, we've got to get our master gunner back and fast.
Yeah, we need to get them.
For the moment, we do still have Alton's second. If we need to fire immediately, which brings me to the point, Captain. What are your orders?
Oh.
How many ships do we have on the horizon?
Looking at the distance, coming onto the horizon, you can you have to grab your spyglass for this, but peering, you can see there are coming 10 ships, 1 third rate, 2 fourth rates, 3 fifth rates, and 4 more third rates that,
Good Lord.
to your eye, because of the relatively low number of guns on them, you guess are troop transports.
Right.
Oh dear.
Give me a history check for your just experience in this.
Yep. If I have experience with it, is that advantage or?
No, it's just as your proficiency.
Right. Okay. Okay, that is a 15.
Okay. Okay, with a 15, you would estimate that there are probably around, accounting for the troops already on the front, already that you've seen, you would guess maybe 3,000 are coming in, maybe a little bit less than that, so close to 2,000, 2,500 are coming in. You would guess giving them a total of close to 4,000 soldiers.
Right.
Fuck. Jesus.
We can't fight this.
Nope.
Looking over at the West Pier, how busy is that looking?
You have to climb up to the
I'll climb up to the crow's nest.
Okay, give me a perception check with your ludicrous perception, please.
Yeah.
Also, about this point, Molly, who's having recovered from this, goes, "Wait a minute. Why the fuck are you covered in eyes,
I
Corzin?"
told you it was covered in eyes. I don't know why you're surprised.
Molly turns to you and does that thing where she points 2
It's the
fingers
belt.
towards her eyes and 1 finger towards you.
I pointed 2 fingers towards my eyes and then flipped the bird back at her.
She flips it back with both hands and then ignores you for focusing on the situation at hand.
Okay, I'm guessing with the belt that would make my perception, which is usually a 9, a 14.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Right. Okay.
We're just with advantage, isn't it? So rather than that, isn't it? So
Yeah. So I'm up in the crow's nest, advantage. Right.
I forgot what the belt did.
Okay, that will be a 31.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to get a pretty good look at that.
Spyglass.
Okay, so that was it. Zheng is Alton's
gunner's
second.
mate.
Yeah.
The gunner's mate.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name. So peering across, okay, you're able to get a pretty good sense of the city as a whole, and just like a scan of what's going on. So the bad news is the west, not the West Pier, but the West Bank, similarly taken. It looks to be largely living troops on that side, perhaps 800 or so by your estimate of different redcoats. Also, you notice there seems to be a certain amount of fire damage along the western the docks on the far side of the West River, for some reason.
Right.
There are a number of blackened, but there's actually at least one full-on blackened and burnt ship there.
Okay, are there any Osirian ships in that part of the area?
There are a couple that appear to be. So here's the thing: most of the actual heavy merchanter type ships are either here on Hickory Island, a lot of them were in the East Piers. There are a few on the West Piers as well. Those flying Osirian colours, for the most part, you can see have already made their way off the island as soon as this started, and essentially you can see them fucking off into the bay. They appear to largely be traders. You do see there are 5 ships beyond the Kraken's Bane that are staying on Hickory Island, that are flying they're flying sort of red slashed with white, indicating sort of colonial Osirian. So they currently have, and these actually also have artillery. Not necessarily on the same level as the Kraken's Bane, but there's a few 5th-rate merchanters.
Are you saying that we're the only ship that is not flying Osirian colours currently?
You are. There are.
Because that occurs to me as bad.
Well, I told them to take them down.
Yeah. You are currently. I will say that Viga's pretty sharp, and seeing what happened has already switched you over to Osirian colonial colours.
Right.
But all of the pure red colours have fled. There's about 6 frigates that are only 2 of which are kitted out for war.
Right.
That are still on the island. The remaining 4 are merchanters with enough guns to defend themselves. Peering out, though, you can see a lot of smaller boats are being captured. Have been captured on the West River. But they are not currently, and you can see preparations being made to outfit troops, but they're not trying the same mad dash across to try and grab land the way that they did on the East Pier.
Alright, are there any spaces on the West Pier where the Kraken's Bane could be moored?
On the Hickory side of the West Pier, yes, there are. On the mainland side, they could. It might be notable, but it would be fairly noticeable bringing the Kraken's Bane in, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah, would it be really unsafe to take a ship round at this point? Probably.
Not necessarily, but time is dwindling quickly.
And it would take longer, wouldn't it, to go all the way around?
Yeah, it will not.
Well, my thinking is if the main fleet are going to be coming in via the East Pier, we want to go around to the West Pier for 2 reasons. 1, we can pick up Alton when we find him there, and 2, it means that we're not in the direct line of fire.
Yeah. You totally have a point.
You certainly can do that. One other thing you do notice, there is a battle going up at the northern end of the city near the park, because there is a small fortification there. You've heard about it, it's called the Battery. There is currently a pitched battle, and judging from the dwindling number of red coats up there, it looks like the locals are winning. It's a small... It's not a huge coastal fort, in the same way as the fortress of Fort Beatrix is further up the eastern bank, but it does have a small number of cannons on it.
All right, I'm going to call down from the crow's nest to Vig and Molly. Right, hoist up the mains, topsails, gallants, and royals. Bring us around to the West Pier. We will meet you there once we have Alton.
Aye, Captain.
Ellen.
Oh dear.
Where would you like to be?
Ellen, are you any good with a sword or weapons?
No.
Right.
Are you magic?
Oh well, I mean, I studied it a long time ago. I don't really find much use for it.
Where do you?
Is that the direction? Because that direction, I feel like I want to be going in that direction. And
yeah,
there's lots of people killing people, and I'm to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what's going on, or who you are, or who they are, or who's killing who, or why anyone.
We're not sure either, but it looks like for the moment the Osirians have turned up and they mean business, whatever it is. And we're trying to make sure that we are not anywhere near.
The general thing is that the locals are upset that they're still controlled by Osiria, because Osiria is essentially a tiny island really far away that dictates all of their laws, and it's come to a bit of a head. Have I got that right? Is that right?
Yep, that's about right. And now they're
one of the
seemingly
sailors
outgunned and outmanned.
leans over. Quite succinctly put, actually.
Thank you.
Only that's got nothing to do with me, though, so I could maybe just sort of explain that to them and say, excuse me, just coming through.
What brings you to New Altmark?
Yeah, if I might
You were
ask.
doing some shopping. Do you live here? Where are you? We've essentially just sort of picked you up because we were worried about you going back the other way. Please tell us something about yourself.
Moving out of the pier.
I'm worried about me too. I'm going to be in trouble. Either I'm going to be dead or I'm going to be in trouble. It's one of those two.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Possibly both.
But we'd really like to prevent that. So, out of character, the plan is that we're running over to the pier.
You are now
and the
running
ship
over to
is going
the west.
round.
Yes,
so
the ship's going round to the west, towards the... So the ship goes off to is going around. You are now running across
I feel like we would have checked in with Ellen beforehand, which is what I was doing. Ellen, the ship is going round to the other side. Do you want to come with us or do you want to go with the ship? Which feels better to you?
I'll come with you, I suppose, as long as you promise not to let anyone kill me.
We'll
do our very best.
To try.
Okay.
If we find anywhere safer, we'll drop you off there, because this probably isn't good for somebody who is just doing shopping. Sorry.
You basically start running straight across through the Five Friars district. Fun fact, Ellen, this is actually one of the... This is broadly the area where your companions, your bodyguards, made their deliveries to before they came back to pick you up in that rather ill-fated affair.
That's a point, actually. Did we see them go down, or was that before we arrived?
You might have seen them go down, but they appeared to have been shot during the initial exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Who were the people who you were with?
Well, they work at the Institute, you see, and we were going to go back across the river. I need to get to. Do you know Beer Barrel? I need to get to Beer Barrel.
Do we know that place?
Oh,
do we? In fact,
what is geography? History check.
History.
I don't think I do. You know, I'm not from here.
Natural one, but lucky.
Oh, I might. That's a 19.
That was a 5.
Corzin, as you think, run into a lamppost. Ow!
I've really got to stop doing this.
Scamp.
How many eyes have I got? I didn't see that.
You remember something about Beer Barrel as a town. It's on the tip of your mind. You're not sure. Overhearing the name somewhere. You're not really sure. It might have been like just while you were walking around town. You definitely heard it in New Altmark. Maybe during that point when you first arrived, when you just went to the pub. You think you remember someone saying about they were shipping something to or from Beer Barrel.
Oh, was that one of the gangs, essentially?
Maybe you don't remember.
Yeah, no.
So what were you were doing some shopping, and now you've got to go back. But
I've got to get home. Yes, I didn't know any of this was going to happen. And
but you just hang on.
You mentioned
you'd hired protection.
No, they're from the Institute.
What's the Institute?
What institute?
It's a research institute.
Oh, what do you research? We're saying this is like
Yeah,
hiding
you are
behind
running,
walls.
running through the streets. You're getting towards Water's Way by this point.
It's actually quite fascinating, you know.
Oh right, what's the subject?
Do you know
Fuck,
anything
I'm
about,
tired.
You pull back for a moment as a racing cart goes down Broadway.
Physics.
Physical science, goodness. I don't know what that means.
Scamp dabbles, I have a layman's understanding, but is that something you specialise in?
Oh yes, well I'm a researcher, really. I mean, I'm a natural scientist. It's what I do. Some fascinating work is going on there. Actually, I don't suppose. Well, there's this one lady called Benilda Trotseeker, and actually, I'm quite a fan.
What? You know Benny?
Oh, Benny!
Oh,
Benny arrived with us.
Sorry, you know what?
Yeah, Benny was on our ship. She came over here with us.
Yeah.
Really, you've met her?
Yes,
Absolutely.
I mean, we're
built our
friends.
ship.
She's lovely.
Oh my gosh, what's she like?
Excuse me, are you like a fan of Benny? This is exciting.
Well, she helped design our ship.
Do you know who she is? I mean, have you has she told you about electricity?
She did this thing.
What's
when
that
we were
then?
In
Is that
Thunder's Watch?
She publishes on have you not read any of her works?
Nope. Is that the thing with the kite that she did?
Yes.
With the kite in the sky and the lightning coming down. Is it anything to do with that?
Oh my gosh! Oh, have you seen it? I've tried to Okay, I'm out of breath and I'm getting slightly lightheaded now.
Just breathe in, darling. Yes, do some breathing. Very important for running.
To replicate some of her experiments.
Ooh.
But it's not easy, and you have to. There's a lot of safety measures you have to put in place. Luckily, I have some background in the arcane, and it's not terribly interesting, but it is useful for protection and transmutation and that kind of a thing.
I beg to differ. That sounds very interesting.
Oh, well.
Also, Benny's like a celebrity now. What is this? This is amazing.
Yeah. I promise if we
Benny's
get through
amazing.
this,
Yes, she is.
I will definitely make introductions.
Yes, if you've not met her, I'm sure we could introduce you. I mean, she's very lovely. She loves meeting people.
Gosh. She probably won't. No, see, I have written some correspondence to a journal, so I wasn't sure if she'd actually seen it in reference to her work, but she probably wouldn't remember that. But I mean, maybe I could discuss. Oh, this is. Gosh.
I mean, if she doesn't remember, do not take it personally, because her brain does not remember things sometimes.
Yeah, she's not great with the holding on to the information and stuff, but, fair.
Genius in many other respects.
Yes, she's a genius.
With a somewhat breathless pace, you make your way towards the West Pier.
Me and Scamp have a level of exhaustion. We're struggling.
You are
by this
struggling.
point.
You are actually very close. You're actually very close to the Deadeyes, to where the Deadeyes hold their various interests.
We should visit soon, but maybe not right
Maybe not
now.
at this second.
No, they're probably busy right now.
Indeed, they are. What's the name of that? Not far from the Gilded Lily and the Gilded Fish. The combination brothel/restaurant. Now, however, this is by the time you've gotten here, it appears that you can see there are a number of large boats on this side, and it looks. You can hear that the sound of fighting from the battery off to the north has finished. It seems like they've managed to actually gain control of that fort, which is positive. However, as you are kind of following, you're getting a sense of the west from the direction of the way up, because you still have locate
it's
creature.
still up to an hour.
You find, in effect. Having reached the West Pier, like the direction starts to veer, and you find yourself making your way straight more towards the south. But you can see now that almost a retaliatory strike is happening here. Large groups of individuals, not really in a uniform as such, just militia, people who have grabbed weapons, tools, muskets that they own, are starting to bring themselves, bring themselves together. A few charismatic individuals seem to be coordinating people, getting them onto several of these larger boats, and you actually see as about 50 armed people have gotten onto one of these boats. Nearby there's another one, another 50 also people are starting to load up, some of the best armed. Corzin, you hear
Get down!
Oh god.
Oh, dear.
You look up and you see, arcing overhead is a glimmering, brightly, almost like a glimmering bead. If a bead shone with bright light. With that shout, several people look up and they start diving. But you watch as the bead lands on one of the two boats, and with a fireball launched from the other side of the river.
Oh.
That's like crazy far, isn't it?
Yeah, make an Arcana check, anyone who wants to
Yes,
detonate.
Yep.
There is screaming, there are explosions, and the boat just bursts into flames.
18.
18.
Yeah, Okay.
24.
Oh, 24. Okay, you hear someone shout, shit! Shit! It's the bear paws! It's the bear paws! Corzin and Scamp and actually Ellen, do you want to roll an Arcana check on this one as well?
I got a 16.
16, okay. The three of you know that they're beyond the sort of personal magic that that wizards tend to learn. Groups of wizards can form a battery, and and a number of wizards linked together can cast a single spell and take it beyond the limitations that it has for a single wizard. So, for instance, half a dozen wizards working together can launch a fireball over 1,000 feet.
Fuck, that's a fun roll.
Oh, no, that's too
They
far.
all have to spend a 3rd level spell to launch it.
I love that as a ruling. That's really fun.
But it increases in damage and spell slot. So
Shit.
You all dive out of the way. You weren't directly in the path of where it was landing, but the boat that it did land on was absolutely totaled. Celestia, weirdly enough, with that 26, you've actually heard of the bear paws. It's just came up ages ago. It's like a regimental name, but for that is one of a series of batteries. So, for instance, it'd probably be the 3rd bear paws or the 8th bear paws of evokers, of wizards who specialise in long range and high level damage.
Okay.
This is a mage battery.
I relay this.
Yeah.
There's nothing of that information that I leave out, so I
but yes,
Yeah.
as you are just screaming this quickly, the flames are roaring, and you can hear again a distant.
We need to move.
Yeah, we need shelter.
Okay, the pier begins to break into chaos as this is happening. And there is genuinely a risk of getting stampeded. I'd like an acrobatics or athletics check from everyone.
Oh fuck, we've got exhaustion. I've not been rolling with disadvantage. I'm a fool.
I forgot
to
to roll
force
I
your
guess I'll
way
start.
to force your way
Apologies.
forwards through the crowd.
Oh, okay.
Athletics, that's a 19.
What was the options? Acrobatics or
Or
athletics?
athletics. Yeah.
I mean, definitely not athletics. That's a 29.
Okay.
Nice. With disadvantage.
Yeah, I
Turn to
rolled two
Scamp
17s.
And Elaine?
I got a 9.
9. Okay.
Oh, no.
As you are scrambling towards
Oh, dear.
one of the warehouses of
Get
the
the guest
West
killed
Pier,
immediately.
where Corzin can feel the direction going. Corzin, you are just elbowing your way through people as they are
Through people's knees.
Yeah, through their knees. Celestia, you are quickly sidestepping. One of the people that you elbow into the knee actually falls onto Scamp, who falls onto Ellen. The pair of you get knocked down, and Scamp, roll a D100.
Oh god.
Oh no.
More fireballs.
I knew you'd do this. Oh, 30.
Okay, there is a sudden build-up of power. Around you, there are rooftops. There is street further ahead. There is the warehouse you're trying to get. You seem to be going towards. There are ships, and you feel an urge to be somewhere else. Where would you prefer to be?
The direction we're going.
Okay, Ellen. This teenage tiefling falls on you, knocks you to the ground, and blinks out of existence, violating every known law of physics and magic. Because they're not invisible, they're not on you, they're just gone.
I killed them!
No, you haven't.
It's fine. They do this sometimes. They'll be around somewhere. Maybe 500 feet away. I should
Scamp,
tell you that you know about magic.
You appear 60 feet ahead in front of the warehouse.
Do we see this? Do we see the?
Corzin does with that passive perception.
Yeah. No, it's all right. They're over there. Come on.
Oh, good. Not far. Lovely. Well, I'm tired. Right, let's go.
Alien up and scrambling forwards. After about 6 of after about 6 blasts, the artillery barrage seems to reach its halt.
So unnerving to just fall on top of someone and they disappear.
Actually, no. After
the worst.
Sorry, no. After about 6 blasts, the artillery barrage doesn't stop, but you hear from the distance as the Kraken's Bane, coming round the headland, launches a broadside on their position.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh, well, we're involved now.
It seems to work, at least for the moment. The immediate barrage stops, and you see as distant groups start, as the distant redcoats move for cover rather than making themselves available targets, vacating the immediate boats.
Let's hope those artillery majors have blown their load.
You rush up to the warehouse and pulling open the door, you see a panicked-looking tiefling. You see a panicked-looking tiefling raise just a long knife in your direction before realizing, Captain, it is Charity, one of the many tiefling crew members that you have on board. Not Courage. Not one of. As it were.
Did we check where Courage was?
Have we seen Courage today?
You haven't seen Courage, but Vig didn't mention his.
Vig definitely would have mentioned Courage. Okay, good.
Yeah.
You can see that.
Dad will kill us if he gets hurt.
Yeah. There are about 3 tieflings. 3 tieflings, 5 halflings, a couple of humans, and 1 rather injured and bleary-looking Alton Appleblossom, who appears to have taken a couple of shots to the shoulders, one to the thigh, impressively missing major arteries every step of the way.
He's a lucky bastard, yeah.
Right, I'm going to be moving over in his direction with my medical kit, but I'm going to say, Charity, what happened here?
This is Ellen, by the way.
Hello. We were
Nice to meet you.
we were getting drinks when we were getting drinks on the other side of the river when the attack happened. We managed to get into a boat and row here after. I'm sorry, Captain. Appleblossom got shot, and we also lost Fury and Wilkins.
Lost.
Who by?
Fuck.
Ahead. The gestures to the far side of the banks.
Oh, they're gonna regret that. But quick, help
Is
me
that the
with him.
Orsirians?
Yeah. You're down 2 crew members.
More reasons to say fucking Orsiria then.
Right. How bad is he looking?
He's pretty fucked up, but they've stabilized him. He needs some medical attention, but
Is he conscious?
he's in that state where he's popping in and out of it.
I'll kick my
wounds.
heel back onto my xylophone and give him a Cure 1 healing word as a help.
That's the last
He
time
regains
I
5
did
hit points.
there.
Bad day, darling.
You're lucky that wasn't the last bloody time you drank. What happened?
We were having a few drinks when the fighting started. Bunch of red-coated bastards were making their way in, trying to take hold of the pier. We had a few to drink, and we might have said a few things. And
What did you say?
I might have called them some black-headed bastards, and in fairness, they were firing on some folk while they were doing that, so it made sense to give them a few shots from my blunderbusses. Anyway,
Right.
Sure, that made sense.
We'll deal with that later.
Yeah.
We've got the ship on the way around to the West Pier now. Are there any other crew members here unaccounted for?
shakes his head. Everyone that was with me is with me now, sir, Captain.
Right.
Okay, that's good.
I need you to...
Listen, the folks here, they've. I heard of about a few. When they heard it was coming, I heard about a few people heading toward into town. There's some folks that seem to be. They've been doing a lot of shouting and talking about stuff, and it's been lots of. Damn it! and a few people gathering together, forming up a militia.
A militia?
Yes.
Right.
Lady called Solomon, a man called Lamb, and a privateer called Scorch. They've got the flash ship out there, the Lightning.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember that one.
Yeah, the other frigate. They seem to be. They said something about gathering up and holding out at the forts on the north side.
Well, the Endurance and the whole fleet are on their way now, so we're making ourselves scarce. But
all right,
we've got to hold the West Pier until the Kraken's Bane arrives.
All right, Charity, help me up, would you? Of course.
But then what? What's our plan?
What do we do? I mean,
we're gonna
struggle to get out with the whole fleet coming.
The fleet are going to be on the other side. If we can get our way out of this side, or even further up the river, we're going to be at least away from the majority of the fighting, as far as I can see.
I mean, we might even be better off leaving the ship here.
If we leave the ship here, they're sitting ducks in the harbour.
True.
But I don't think they're going to get out the city, though. There isn't a safe route out. And should we be leaving? Shouldn't we help?
Oh, I think you're right, but for now we have to make sure that our ship isn't liable to be sunk.
Yeah, but where can we put it that's safe? There isn't
There's
anywhere.
not really anywhere to go.
How far up the West River can we get?
Pretty far, actually. It's from what I've been talking to some of the sailors around here. It's deep draft ships should be able to get as far as 3 miles upriver and still be able to turn around. It's she's deep and wide. Listen, Captain, I've been talking to. I know the. I've been drinking with the first mates of the other ships here in dock. If you can, and I know the names of the captains. If you've got something in mind for a group manoeuvring, I can give you their names for ascending.
Excellent.
Right.
Well, I've got an idea.
Have you?
Part of one. Yes.
What's your idea? Please share.
Yeah, because my only idea is to find Monobrow's boat and make it go up in the air and then down again very fast.
That's a very good idea and one we may have to employ.
I
but
love
for now,
that.
I think if we've got more than one ship, that gives us more than one option. So, here's how it is, and he'll. Is there like a table here he can draw in?
There is
suds or something.
There is a crate which you can pick it.
Right, he upends the crate.
Yeah.
While that's happening, Jason,
yes.
Can I eye up the firepower in this room?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
So the weapons they have here are pretty basic. There are a handful of flintlocks, 2 muskets, and mostly just sabers. They didn't go into town planning on a fight. On the outside, the militia as well mostly seem to be using just a few muskets, old heirlooms, whatever they were able to grab.
Okay.
This is a woefully underarmed force at this point.
Corzin, seeing this, will pass you one of his pistols.
Oh, no.
Hold on to that for me, will you?
Oh dear, I don't fire them. I just make them okay, right?
You don't have.
Oh, you can make them.
You know the principle. That's good enough for me.
You don't have to hold on to that if you're uncomfortable, darling. I'm aware that you were just shopping, and now we're talking battle strategy.
It's very primitive. You know, you could do a lot better. I mean, I'm like looking it over and like this design is just really, not really cutting edge, is it?
Can you do something with it?
Not really. Have you got a laboratory? Have you got equipment?
Not on me.
Maybe we can commission you at some point. That'd be nice.
Not currently available, but we can talk about that later when we're not planning on getting out of here alive.
You do actually, just so that you are aware, Aelin, I am going to send you a message.
Secret message.
Yes,
this is our whisper equivalent because we're all far apart. You get texts.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna send.
Well,
Yes.
going on, I might say a character thing because I feel like it's not going to be something that needs DM intervention.
Fair.
I'm getting a feeling, and I feel like I should say it. I don't think we should stay neutral. There, I've said it now.
No, they killed some of our own. We are past neutral at this point.
It's past that, though. They killed some of our own. They hurt the Achene repeatedly. They're controlling this nation that has nothing to do with them from overseas. They've taken lands. They've done all sorts of shit, and they're hurting fucking Leah.
I was gonna say, I think the second Leah got involved, we stopped being neutral.
We're pretending we're neutral, and I think we should stop. And I think we've got to help. We're not the sort of people that stand by while stuff like this is happening, and I think we're there.
Right then.
If anyone disagrees, obviously that's fine. We're a crew, but yeah.
I don't. But the fact of the matter is, we've got to get out of this situation, and I hope I've got a way of doing it.
Tell us everything, by all means.
Alton, you mentioned there were 3 captains. Does that mean there's 3 ships?
Sorry, the DM is sending Shamini a message.
I've sent it now. I just had to find the information.
Lovely.
Yes.
Shamini, enjoy.
So the...
Secrets.
I love secrets.
There's 5 ships. So there's the Lightning, which is the one that's is the privateer. That's Captain Torfast Scorch.
Right.
Then there's the Wilma, which is Captain Jen Stark.
Stark.
Yes. Then there is the Baller, which is Captain Bolo Bolwick, classic halfling name.
Excellent.
I love halfling names.
They are the best.
Yes. There is the Trigger, which is run by one Captain Layla Schuyler.
Right.
This is fast becoming a scary amount of sendings for the amount of spells I will have on a day when we're fighting people.
And there is the Maria, and that's one Captain Ivo. Was it Ivo? Damn it! Ivo Lumberton.
Right.
Okay.
Well, if they're all on the West Pier, then we can physically go to some of them.
Some of them are on the... So looking out, actually, most of them are on the East Pier at this point. But you can see the Lightning is on the West Pier. And it seems to be currently scrambling to get up various crew back onto it. But the other 4 are currently on the East Pier. But you could run there and try and deliver messages in person. And in fact, several of the crew...
Do you know if any of them have sending mages?
As far as I know, only the Lightning has one.
We should maybe send messengers. I'm going to be very low on spells if we do sending.
Several of the crew stick their hands up.
Thank you.
Right, you. Here we go.
Okay. They quickly take the names, one goes to the Wilma, one to the Baller, one to the Trigger, one to the Maria, and they...
Right.
Are they ready to hear what message you want them to send?
Yeah. As soon as we can get back to the Kraken's Bane, we take it back out into the bay. We fire a broadside at the lead ship of the convoy. Then we lead them up the West River. Make the bastards chase us. We're faster than they are. Then, once they're halfway up, have the other captains move their ships in behind to take them all out while they can't turn around.
Seems like just a bead of sweat run down Celestia's temple. As if you're completely mad in a ship battle. Okay.
They're going to be... Yeah. They're going to be large, heavy in the water. They're not going to be as fast as us. There are ships that are smaller than them that can do more damage to them from behind.
I mean, if you can get me within 200 feet of a ship, I can do a lot of damage.
You really can.
Yeah, I think maybe that might be what we reserve for the lead ship. Is the lead ship the Endurance?
It is the Endurance, yes. The Relentless.
So much the better.
The Relentless or the Endurance? I've got it written down. One moment.
Oh, wait, no, it is the... hang on, I made this mistake before.
It's the Relentless.
The Relentless,
I said
that's
the
Relentless,
sorry.
The Relentless.
Yeah, HMS Relentless.
Preferably the Relentless if we're going to do that.
Yeah,
we will then have,
right?
the entire Syrian Navy. on our tail, which is horrifying. Yeah. But we are very fast.
Yeah, we're faster than they are. We can outrun them. The other ships behind, they are there to lay down covering fire.
I'm going to just ask the question that's the elephant in the room. What do we do with a random civilian who we're trying to keep safe? I look over at Ellen. How are you doing? Are you okay? What do you need?
I was just thinking how much safer I would feel if you were all significantly better armed.
Well...
Can you do something about that?
I mean...
Are there stashes of arms around here that you know of that we could make use of?
Oh, how do you know about that? I mean,
I'm just following a hunch at this point, but please enlighten me.
It's just that, I have heard about some locations where things are kept, but I don't know if we're allowed, but if you did have guns, I would be less likely to die, so...
There's something that I should probably have pointed out to you earlier, and I apologise for that. We're pirates.
Yeah, stealing's sort of our thing. And if you get in trouble for it, you can tell us we made you. You can tell them we made you do it.
Right.
Plausible deniability.
Because we are technically pirates.
But that means you're very scary and effective and would be very good bodyguards.
Yes, and we're also very nice
this is
pirates.
The case. Also, if this plan goes as I hope it does, then aboard the Krakenspane is about the safest place it is possible for you to be right now.
Very sure.
Do you see what they're doing to the city out there, Celestia?
Oh, I'm sorry, did you just say let's get the entire fucking Orsirian Navy on our tail and then tell somebody it was the safest place they could be, or is that just me, Corzin Horhace? You tiny fuck.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong, but we should do it anyway.
And this is why you're my shanty man.
Here's some fucking good songs to get us propelled along this route.
I think you have a... oh no, they wouldn't have this... you'll have an entire saga out of this one, I assure you.
I'm sorry, but does anyone else have, like, Elizabeth Swann from Pirates of the Caribbean going, the entire Navy is out looking for me, in their head, just on a loop over and over again, because that's what's happening to me, and I just needed to share it. The entire Royal Navy is out looking for me.
Yes, the rum is gone.
No, I do.
I've ruined everyone's day.
So these weapons, where are they?
Yes.
Also, should we be checking on Betty? Is Betty okay at the university?
Oh, I'm getting worried about how many sendings I can afford.
You have been keeping an ear on... Benny appears to have made it out of Thunder's Watch safely. As far as
okay.
We've checked another day.
Yes,
that's a nice
checked
thing.
On the previous day.
That's a very kind DM move. Thank you.
Well, I mean, that could have been something that Leah and Michael could have told us about when we were checking in.
Yes, that is.
To be fair,
that's when you
heard.
found that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So more guns, then get on the ship and play.
Guns and ships.
Yeah.
Yeah, that well-known game, Guns and Shit.
Yep.
What?
I was going to say cat and mouse, and then I realised I'm a drow, and that's not a thing, and I literally couldn't think of an equivalent. What was that?
Spider and fly.
Spider and fly. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. So, where the various crew members that you've given the messages to have already run off to deliver them. So it's just so of the. I think 9 that were left. It's now, it's 5. There are 5 with you, 4 crew members, including Charity and also Alton.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Is he in any fit state now that we've?
He's actually in he's not great, but he can run and he will if he needs to.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
So, Ellen, how many guns are we talking? How many people could we outfit here?
I don't know. And obviously if I did know, I wouldn't tell you, because it's almost certainly a secret.
Like a state
it's
secret?
Like a secret from you as well.
Well, yes, I don't suppose I should really...
I don't suppose you've had any dealings with Gold Star Shipping, have you? She looks at you very shrewdly.
Have I, Jason?
That's an interesting thing. Looking back at the notes that I gave you,
I know about the manufacturing company.
Yeah. You do know that a lot of these crates are stamped with gold stars.
Huh.
With yellow 5-pointed stars, yeah.
I feel I'm familiar with that company.
Maybe one of them.
Things around.
We've been running into some of their dealings for a while now. It's getting a little bit suspicious.
Are you with them? Because that would make me trust you significantly less.
I have to say here, I'm sure this is very interesting.
Walk and
guns! Guns!
Yeah, okay.
2 more out of breath running, talking.
We start running back in the direction of Five Friars.
I just thought I'd mention that obviously I can't be giving away anyone else's things that don't belong to me, but if you were to go to 32 Fifth Street and find some things, I could hardly be held responsible.
Absolutely.
No,
You
absolutely
weren't
you
even here. You weren't here. Oh. Where are you? I can't see you.
No, you were out on you were shopping today, weren't you? And nothing else.
You must have been shopping. Look at your lovely hat.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You run back across Waters Way into the district of Five Friars to one of the warehouses bordering onto the East Piers, actually. Putting you into not a bad position to make contact again with the group. In the meanwhile, the Kraken's Bane is pulling round to the West Pier, periodically exchanging, taking a few pot shots at the West River, more to suppress return fire than anything else. After
Things doing you proud, Alton.
Good. I've trained him up as well as I can. If you need to, he'll. Honestly, I'd say he's about doing as well as I am these days. Goblin's got a real knack for the guns. Oh wow, is this the place? You've come round to the back of a large warehouse with one of those sliding wooden doors at the front. You can see that there are a handful of kind of rough-looking halflings out front, but they kind of see the group of you arrive, look at the fighting that's still going on in the distance, with the ongoing ships. One of the 4 guards looks at you. Sorry. Who are you, and what do you want?
We are with the Gold Star.
Just make a fucking deception check.
That is 13 because it's a disadvantage.
Oh, it is.
And I rolled double 4s anyway.
Oh no.
Oh wait, no, it's gone up. It's 14.
Oh, lovely.
We leveled up recently.
Aha! They look between. I mean, they obviously know that there's something going on. Yeah, I know, but the boss told us to guard this no matter what. Right. I don't think.
Fuck it, I'm doing a thing. I've got an instinct and it's really dumb, so I'm just going to do it. Right. So I'm going to reach up to the sky, grab the rainbow spirit, pull it around me like a cloak, like it's like super extra big Dracula collar cloak. And it comes into actual visible existence to everybody else. And I take on an appearance of wondrous beauty. Everything gets a little bit alien and scary looking. And I'm going to take on the Mantle of Majesty ability. Nice. And just cast command 4 times in a row and just go, move, 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 move.
Ellen, you watch as Celestia stands up looking strangely regal, and coming out of nowhere, a cloak of rainbow light just bursts into existence around them. And as they point imperiously at each of the halflings and command them to move, the guy's like, I just really think, fuck it! What? Where are you going? Look.
You, move.
Ah! Another one moves. Why are they doing that?
Go!
Ah! The 4th one's like, before you can command, just like, okay, fuck this.
Trust us, it's your lucky day.
Well, that
we
worked.
Need to... Fuck you! Shit, we should help out the rest of the gang! Their mouth clamps shut. You are able to run to the to the doors.
I'll keep it up for the minute, just in case anyone else is around.
The interior.
As we run past them, I'm just going to be like, I'm not actually here, I'm shopping, sorry.
Ellen, tell us everything you don't know about this place.
I think there might be some weapons stored here.
You pull open the door, and you see inside are crates and crates and crates. Hundreds of them are stamped with yellow 5-pointed stars.
And I'll tell you, they're going to be a lot better than the things you have.
We've just won the polls. Right.
There are a handful of crowbars. Charity and
break them open.
Charity and Apple Blossom start on one. You crack open another. They're full of weapons. You look down into the one that Charity and Apple Blossom just cracked open. There are racks and racks of revolvers.
Oh, like the pepper box
ones.
Like
the pepper box ones. The one that you crack open, you can see there are... They look at first like muskets, but smooth barrel, but sleek, smooth, well-made, distinctive patterning on the barrels. But as you look down, you can see the curved coils of rifling.
Ooh.
There are carbine versions as well that one of which you pick up.
Molly would give her a left hand for one of these.
Well, we should take one.
Ellen is going to stroke them approvingly.
Doing a bit of quick counting, you realise there are hundreds of these. Probably over 1,000.
They're not going to miss a few, but...
No, we need to take them all. There's a militia to watch.
Yeah, or we should at least tell people that this is here.
Yeah, we'll get the word. We're not going to do it
Apple
ourselves.
Blossom
Let's
nods.
get the word out.
Can we tell Philippe? Would he do it?
Captain, permission to be relieved on leave. I think if you'll give us the time, the 9 of us still left, we might be able to get the word out and get these distributed to the people who can use them.
Fuck it, go for it.
Granted, enjoy your shore leave.
Oh, we're also getting ourselves in trouble with the sculptor and people. That's exciting. We'll worry about that later, shall we?
That's certain. Oh, I don't actually... That's the wrong character. Right, I don't really know any about that, but we're going to get these...
Fuck it, you go for it, yep.
And they start just unloading some weapons for themselves. Gathering up, you can...
Your students have fucking upended the chessboard here. We're going to have to figure this all out later.
Yep. In the distance, you peer down the street and you can just see the sails in the distance of the Kraken's Bane up on the pier.
Can we take some crates of guns?
I'm going to say you can. You totally can.
Yay!
Between you, I'll say that you can grab at least one crate
we can carry.
of some of them. So you can grab a number of rifles.
I probably still have my magic bags up.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
I cast it every night that I have a spell slot.
That's true.
Fit.
Brilliant! Pile them in there!
I guess they've one of them is still free. Mm-hmm. You're able to take one crate of them in the bags.
So we can take 2.
So yes, you can take 2 holding it and 1 into the bag because the other 4 are still filled of valuable metals.
Mm-hmm.
But dragging this, carrying this between you, you run back along again to the west pier and leap up onto the gangplank. You see Molly look down. Corzin, where's Apple
I got
Blossom?
your present.
Ooh, nice. Where's the crew?
They've run off to help outfit the militia.
All right.
Yeah, we found
a lot of guns.
Well, and he just gestures to the weapons.
Ooh,
I've got a crazy idea. I'm going to tell you all about it.
All right.
Now,
Captain on deck. The ship is yours. And
right.
It looks like I can see some other ships getting ready to sail on the far side, according to the people that are going.
I have a thing I would like
to crow's nest.
Do in the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
I want to cast Guards and Wards because I've not been here.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
So basically, what this looks like, because Shamini, you've not seen me. I do this all the time, but you're not here for that. So basically, Celestia starts running around up and down the ship, touching doors and walls and things, and wherever she touches, there is a flash of rainbow light, and you hear a little musical note as if from several instruments. And yeah, it doesn't necessarily look any different to you, but she spends a good 10 minutes running up and down and casting a spell.
You start doing this. I'm not going to brush over the next 10 minutes necessarily.
Okay, cool.
But you start running and casting this. And as the gangplank is pulled up behind and the ship readies to sail, the turns to Corzin. All right. Well, guns and ships.
Yep.
So the balance shifts. Your orders, Captain. And that is where we're going to pick up after these, no doubt important, messages. Hello, Kerberos. You've been a long time in that bracelet. What did you get up to? Well, me too. I love liking, rating, sharing, and subscribing to Flintlocks and Fireballs. I agree. There's a lot of special content on the Patreon. So what's the strangest thing about your new honor? Short, you don't know the halfling of it. And welcome back. So, you begin sailing up the West River. I almost want to ask Corzin, as you take the wheel, how do you intend to draw the ships after you?
Well, if they are going, as at the moment, if they are going towards the east piers, because that's where the majority of places they can dock are, my plan was to cut across them, then double back.
Oh my god.
And up the West River. It depends on how close they are to actually getting to the East Piers. If they're nearly there already, I'll just launch a broadside at them and attempt to get them to follow us around the headland.
Okay. Let's see what we can do with this then.
There is a conversation that's before we get into combat, very briefly, Corzin would need to have with Celestia.
Okay.
Right.
So, okay.
Tell us when's a good time for that.
You
sorry. You go.
So, okay. So your plan is to cut ahead of them and draw their fire, draw their attention.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get close enough that Scamp can reverse gravity on them, great.
That would
but
probably
I'm not...
do it. Yeah.
The long range for a broadside, for a long gun broadside, is 1 nautical mile. Right. So that is the maximum range you can do. That is the maximum range they can do.
Right.
So the point at which you will be in max range is at the same point as the lead ship will be in max range.
Are they close enough that if I were to miss the lead ship, I'd be likely to get the one behind?
They're not in the open waters. They're not.
Okay.
They're not that tight together. Approaching the city, things may change.
Like, how far up the river are they?
So at this point, the river is like where the two rivers join into the bay. It is quite wide. There is room enough to maneuver. The ships don't have to bunch together too much. So they're certainly not close enough that a missed shot is likely to do any more than glance off the bow of another ship.
Okay.
But I will say that they are actually all sailing quite slowly because they are matching speed with the lead ship, the Relentless.
Also, a relevant question: what is the worst colours that we could be flying for this exchange? Like, what would make them follow us?
Sul,
actually, yeah.
Well, Syria is once again at war with Sul.
Yep, that'd do it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, unless we were going to do the colonial clause, that's the thing that I think would.
I think Sul's probably the worst. Yeah.
You give the orders, and
we're going to make an awful lot of shit for Savat right now, but hey ho.
Thousands
of
miles
we're going to be in trouble with him as well.
Thousands of miles away, Jean-Paul Savat is.
Yeah, currently the president of France, just for Shamini's benefit.
Several thousand miles away, Jean-Paul Savat has just finished. He's just finished brushing up a lather, coating his chin, and has started an experimental attempt with the straight razor, and just nicks himself. And ow! I don't know why I did that. Oh, I've got this headache for some reason.
Oh, brilliant.
Back in the present, in the here and now. However, okay. They are letting the Relentless take the lead right now. So, if you make your way towards the Relentless, depending on the rate of maneuverability, at the same...
They're a much slower ship than we are.
Yes. It's not the Relentless. Depending on the rate of maneuverability of the frigates that it travels with, one or more additional frigates might be able to take a distant shot at you at the same time.
Noted.
So I will essentially do this as almost as a...
Which way's the wind?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm just going to roll for this.
Oh dear.
So...
Come on.
The wind is actually kind of blowing northeast. So it's almost against all of you.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, northeast will help you get in close, but it's going to be blowing against everyone.
As we're going.
Right, Scamp, we're going to need your assistance on the sails.
Yep.
Okay, so I will say that for the
there goes my spell slots.
for the initial maneuver, it will take... For the initial maneuver, I'm going to say you will have advantage on your sailing check. On your navigation check to maneuver close enough and get a shot at the Relentless without additional ships taking a return shot.
Right, okay.
And it's all going to come down to how much damage you can do and how flashy and annoying you can be.
Okay.
So,
How
Good at flashy.
close are they going to get to the shore?
they are already coming towards the shore. They are currently a little bit more than a mile out from the shore, but you will be able to get... You will be quite close to the shore. Like, even in the middle of the river, you're still going to be like 100 feet either side.
Okay. So if I was a bit further down the way, reversed gravity, then dropped them, and then flew to rejoin the ship.
Yes. Sorry.
Could I do that before they got into range of us?
Okay.
And then have a chance to maybe get away.
Not as you are right now. So, sorry. If I give you the little map again, so if you look at the little map, for a little bit of context, right now, you are all at West Pier, or just sailing off from West Pier. On the far side of the West River is where the artillery majors were. So, if you see where the Battery and Portland Park are on the north end, way up from there, just over a mile out, is where the Relentless and the rest of the flotilla are.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So they are not yet near the shore. You are near the shore, and if you successfully lead them up the West River, then yes, they will come within 200 feet of a side. Well, actually, they will probably come within 100 to 150 feet of the side of the river, of the shore.
A thought occurs
but
to me.
They're like a mile out from the shore right now.
If the battery's been taken over by the colonialist forces, they may fire on them.
Yes.
Just a thought. But, not anything I'm going to hang a plan on, but...
Yeah. You wanted to chat with Celestia. What did you want?
So
all right.
This is happening as you're manoeuvring out towards them.
Yeah, also she's running up and down doing guards and wards while you're talking about
I was
this.
running with her.
I'm going to say that while this is all happening, everyone has an opportunity to talk.
Yeah.
All right, so...
What do you want? Busy. What's happening?
Yeah, no, we're going to be heading up the West River. If I can buy you enough time, can you put down some illusory terrain?
I'd need 10 minutes.
I can get you 10 minutes if you can do it.
What do you want?
If you can make it look like the river narrows before it actually does, we will pass straight through it. They will have to turn around.
Oh, I love that. That's amazing.
We can also shoot from total cover where they can't see us, if it comes to that.
We could just disappear.
Yes.
The river can narrow, and then we can disappear behind some rocks or some shit.
Exactly. Can you do it?
Word of note. Mm-hmm. The main mast of this ship is 180 feet above water.
I mean, 1 mile square.
Okay, I'm just aware that if you're going to hide something, you need something that would block that from view.
That's fine. I can do 1 mile square. I assume it's fine. It doesn't say anything about height, and it's very big. And I've done buildings before.
True.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just letting you know that is a limitation of
That's
what you're
fine.
experiencing.
I could make.
Because this is not a low down ship. This is a tall ship.
I could make
it could
some
be a
really
weir or a waterfall or something.
I could make a waterfall. I could make some really tall piles of rocks that have fallen. There's a lot of stuff that we could make work, so it looks like we've
Anything
gone.
that has us out of sight will do.
Yeah. That's a fantastic idea. I love it. Let's do that.
Can you put a bridge? Can you put in new buildings, or is that a limit? There are limits.
You can put in new structures. You cannot alter
I can
old
put in new
structures.
structures.
Well, you can alter old structures. You cannot erase structures, but you can add to them.
I mean, if you put a low bridge across the river...
I mean, it says open fields or a road could be made to resemble swamp, a hill, crevice, or some other difficult or impassable terrain.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you
I
literally
could.
created, like, nightmarish hedge maze in Them.
I mean, the thing is, though, that occurs to me, the illusion would actually affect us as well. The illusion includes audible, visual, tactile, and olfactory elements, so it can turn clear ground into difficult terrain, literally, or otherwise impede movement through that area. So it would actually be a problem for us as well.
The problem is, once
Right.
the illusion is in place, you have only your memory to guide you to where the actual shoreline is,
Okay.
where the actual banks of the river are.
Alright, so long as we thread the needle down the middle of the river, as soon as we've passed where the illusion starts, we drop anchor immediately and turn.
I mean, they're not physical things, are they? You can go through.
Yeah, you'll be able to
Yeah.
pass.
No, they're not physical things.
So
But
if
it does
if you
make
put
actual difficult terrain, so I don't know how that works.
But that's a mental effect.
Yeah, that's
It wouldn't
true.
a boat wouldn't know about it.
Very true. So if we know it's not there and we know where the river is, we could make it work.
So if
Yeah.
you put things like bridges, they'll think they can't get through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we can go straight through it. That's
Yeah.
not. We're not going to be mistaken over which bridges are actually
And
there.
it'll look like we're a scary ghost ship. Ooh.
Yes. In fact, what colours did Shoreshanks fly?
Ghost.
Just black. Classic
Ghost
black.
colours.
Classic Jolly
Well,
Roger.
The colours of a
It'll
ghost
just-
ship.
Can you make the boat look like a ghost ship?
I don't know. Can I do that?
I mean, it is a structure, and you can alter the shape of it, the appearance of it, without it's within the effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's within the mile. It's my 7th level
As and
spell.
when it does.
But,
Yeah.
Worth it.
I mean, if you want us to look like a ghost ship, I could make bridges with, like, ghostly shit on them. I love nightmarish hellscapes when I'm doing this spell.
Well, look, anything that's going to make it a distinctly unpalatable idea to come after
Yeah,
us.
fuck it. Fingerwoods.
Yeah.
Fingerwoods
Go
time.
as crazy as you like with it.
Yes.
Maybe don't scare the locals too much while they're busy fighting a revolution.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean,
I
if we
mean-
keep going up the river, we won't actually be near the city where people are fighting.
Yeah, that's what that was my thought, actually.
Yeah.
Looking at the map, that there is a distinct drop-off of where is obviously habited.
Yes.
Okay.
Habited?
Yeah.
I
Inhabited.
like this. I'm here
Inhabited.
for it. I'm going to finish my guards and wards in case everything goes terribly. And then if I have another 10 minutes, we'll do that,
I'll say
basically.
it takes you. It probably takes you much of that 10 minutes to get into position. So.
Okay,
for
I will
office.
inform the rest of the crew what we're doing.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you do the correct.
Where's
the crew
Ellen
nod
up to?
grimly.
Like, what's she doing?
A note for you, Corzin, because
Yep.
you are currently down 11 crew members. Just so you.
Oh yeah,
so
right.
that
Yeah.
you're
So
aware.
we're actually on 269.
Yeah.
Nice.
Do-
Oh.
Judge it from the sailors rather than the marines, because you can't
Okay,
have them,
right.
rather
Yeah.
than total crew, you
So
have them separate.
we were down 11, so we're actually on
209 sailors.
209.
You still have both companies of marines,
Good. Okay.
which, if this becomes a boarding action, may become very relevant.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
That isn't enough mechanically.
No,
that it's
you
gonna
need to
affect
drop
us, is it?
below
Or-
half before it starts being an
Right.
issue.
Fair.
Okay.
I will actually say, right, these bastards have killed some of our own. So let's time we return the favour.
There's a grim nod from Vig and a couple of crew members who actually carried on from the old regret days.
Yeah.
The rest of them just sort of nod. They trust you. You are the captain.
As long as it's okay that I'm not really here, absolutely.
No, you were never here. I have no idea who's talking right now.
I have
He smiles
zero
at me.
memory of anybody who was here or may not have been. Thank you for coming, though.
There's a call from out front, and you see, I think it's Orlan, one of the human crew members, calls back. Captain, we're about to come into range. Be ready on that wheel, and we'll fire on your mark. So,
how long would it take me to fly a mile?
A mile a nautical mile is 6,000 feet.
Yeah.
So you can fly. Is it 120 feet per round?
Yeah, if I'm dashing.
You're dashing. So that's 600 is 5. Take you 50 rounds, so 5 minutes.
Okay.
How far can they conceivably get in that time? I don't think it's that far.
They are able to... So they can actually travel... they're travelling at the same speed as them, so they're actually able to do 450 feet per minute. So 450 feet per minute. Basically, they're travelling about 3/4 of the rate Scamp is, but they are would also be travelling towards Scamp.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have to go quite so far.
So I'd drop the time down to, let's say, 3 minutes.
Okay.
To reach them, assuming that you've set off during all of this.
I think we can buy them that amount of time, don't you?
I mean, it's going to cost me 2 flies because I'll have to stop to concentrate on something else in the middle.
Can you afford that?
It depends on what else we've got to do and whether it's worth it. And...
I think it is. There's
planning...
no way they can expect that.
Are you planning on the gravity shenanigans?
Yeah. Ellen, I don't suppose you can fly.
I could turn you into something.
Ooh.
What specifically?
I don't know. I literally have never used this spell since I was studying at university. I don't really remember how it works, but you can turn into little things, which is quite fun.
That sounds safe.
I wouldn't be able to cast spells, though.
No, I don't suppose so.
You could drop it after a certain amount of time? Oh, this feels risky.
It does.
Maybe I should just spend the spells.
Might be worth
If
it.
you've got them to spare, I think it's the safest option, but...
I think it's worth trying to get rid of this big ship or cause a fuss.
Yeah, I
it's
also
the
think they're
lead
more likely
ship.
to come after the person that did it. So great.
It's the equivalent of me walking into a bar where I'm not known, picking the biggest looking oaf in there, laying them on their arse, and then walking out again.
I'm pretty sure you've done that.
I've done that, and you
Definitely
all know
done
I
that.
can, but the average person who does that is not going to look at me, a halfling, and expect that.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, okay.
So you're trying to... So are you trying to synchronise this so that you get into position just before the ship will be in position to fire? Or are you trying to get there before?
Ideally, I'd like to get to them before they're in range.
Okay, so you're going to try and get the head of the Kraken's bane getting into range.
Yeah, I want to get to within 200 feet because I can double the range of the spell.
Yeah.
And then get back.
Yes.
Okay.
Then get the
And
hell out of
you
the
are
van.
flying. Cool. All right. So
Keeping low to the bank.
low to the bank.
And with my hood up on my cloak.
So that gives disadvantage to seeing you.
Yes.
I will, because you are not. If you're dashing, you can't be moving stealthily. So I want you to make your stealth roll. You would normally make it with advantage because of the.
Yeah.
Then.
But I'm exhausted, so it's already at disadvantage.
So it would be a
It's already
strength
Could I
roll
have given them
regardless.
inspiration before they left?
You can.
Please don't die. Awkward flash of rainbow. You get inspiration.
Okay.
You'll be in very big trouble if you do.
Would you like a little thing that goes on the back of your neck and makes you slightly faster?
Yes.
Ooh.
That sounds useful.
Right.
What is that?
Oh, it's just I've had this for ages actually, and it's like a little creepy-looking metal thing.
Ooh.
It's almost like a.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, carry on, Jason.
Oh, it's kind of almost like a kind of elaborate Rubik's cube. It looks a little bit like, but more involved.
Ooh.
Right. Look. Okay. It should kind of turn around and
Okay.
Okay, right. Let me just sort of.
Oh, it's
focus on
cold.
you. Yeah. Yes. Well, it's not supposed to be comfortable. It'll make you go faster, though. I never found much use for it myself, but yes, hopefully that will help.
Thank you.
As the yep, doesn't require attunement or anything. As the little thing attaches to you, and it sort of, you feel a weird reverberation pass through you as it deploys a static enchantment. It's just a little bit.
I am going to cast Mage Armor. Well done, me. I remembered a thing.
There's a very, very tiny dilation of time around you. Actually, it wouldn't be time. It wouldn't be time dilation because that applies into forbidden magics, as in not available. So rather, you feel a sudden burst of energy in your nervous system. Like your reaction speed is just a little bit faster. Like you can move just a little bit faster. And it translates into the fly spell.
That's cool.
Okay.
So, that does... Yeah, it gives you a little bit of an edge. 70 feet instead of 60 feet fly speed. But it's not going to significantly decrease the flight time. For the sake of my own sanity.
Fair.
Suffice to say, you're going to get there in about maybe 2.5-ish minutes as opposed to 3.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely.
Every second counts.
But it still makes a difference. So, roll stealth.
Oof. Not great. 11.
Okay.
But it is disadvantage to see me.
Okay. So you are starting from 60 away. How far do they see you? Let's divide this into 300s. Okay. I'm actually going to give this to you. Roll a d20.
Oh no. 12.
12. Okay. So you get. Just do. Weirdly, my brain is not working today, so I'm going to use I'm going to use a calculator for this.
Fair enough, mate.
Oh no, I was right. You get 3,600 feet along. So you're about 2,400 feet from the first ship when you notice the ship start to adjust its course slightly, moving around to the side.
Can I head into the town slightly?
To
get cover from buildings? Because I know where they are. I don't need to keep an eye on them.
Okay, you know where you are.
It'll slow me a bit, but...
Alright, you head into the cover. You take cover. You try and use the buildings for cover. Fine. I'm going to ask you, however, if you're going to keep low and use buildings like this... Ah, damn it. Colonial street design is in your favour. Grids.
They're in grid patterns.
Yep, you don't need to really make an acrobatics check in the way that I would make you do if you were in a Jovan town. Damn you and damn your proper city planning. You do still, because of the rate at which they are approaching, however, you are going to have to cross over open water eventually.
I just want to get onto the shore. I don't need to be in the air because I need to land in order to cast.
Okay, so you want to be on the shore and lying in wait, basically. Great.
Yeah, because I will lose concentration as soon as I cast.
Okay. If you are doing this, here's the thing: you cannot, because the closest. Okay, I almost feel like I've given you a bad description here, and I need to give you the option to reverse your action. Because they are out in the bay, the closest you can get to on the shore is say near the battery on the tip of Portland Place. If you you will not be able to use your spell until they come within 200 feet of that point.
Yeah.
But by the time that happens, the Kraken's Bane, they will already be within a mile of the Kraken's Bane, and vice versa.
Oh.
That's fine. We can maintain distance with the Kraken's
I guess, in theory...
But would it have been worth them staying on the Kraken's Bane?
It might be worth... That's why I'm giving you the option to revert here, because here's the thing. Even if the Kraken's Bane goes a mile upriver, by the time that they've reached there, well, it wouldn't make a big difference, because then you won't be able to pull them away like you're planning. So I feel like I've explained this poorly, and I want to give you a chance for a revert.
Is going to be within 200 feet at any point, though?
Yes, if they follow the Kraken's Bane, they will come within 200 feet when they go down the river. But to do that, first the Kraken's Bane must bait them.
Right, that's fine. We can do the broadside and then wait for them to get that close if they do.
Are they going to come that close, though, or are they just going to fire?
Okay, so...
Frankly, could Scamp just spend one fly spell when the Kraken's Bane is close enough to get slightly nearer to them and do reverse gravity?
Potentially.
It's concentration. I was still going to be spending one to get...
Fuck it then. Yeah, there's no point reversing anything. Yeah.
Okay, it's basically... Yeah, the point is Scamp cannot get to them and reverse gravity unless they are flying over the water in order to do it before the Kraken's Bane fires.
Fall in the water,
yeah.
So, I'm not
it sounds like what you're planning is Kraken's Bane gets within a mile of them, fires, draws their attention, goes up the river.
Yeah.
You hide on the banks, and then when they come back up the river to follow the Kraken's Bane, then you hit the reverse gravity.
And then I scarper back to the ship.
Yes.
Yep.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure that we have the order of events right.
That's fine. Don't worry.
It sounded
That's a very good clarification.
It sounded like you were going to fly out over the water, drop into the water, reverse gravity, and then fly back.
I feel like that's a little suicidal.
I thought it was, which is why I wanted to check.
I want to sort of wait for them to get close, basically.
You basically go into the...
But I want to be in position.
All right, give me another stealth check for your hiding position now, please, then. Because that was for your flying to there. I'm going to give you another chance to hide.
Oh, well.
17?
Cool. Okay. That will be against them when the time comes. All right.
I hate not having advantage.
Consider it.
Saving that tides of chaos.
Okay.
I mean, if we hadn't have ridden hard, we wouldn't even be here to do any of this.
All right. These they move into position, okay. and so Scamp flies off, hides behind in a position on West Pier, where they will be in position as soon as the ship is guaranteed to come close. Scamp, you make your hiding position. Do you want to be on top of a building, behind some crates, under in an alleyway, anywhere?
As close to the shore as possible, so that they are definitely in range.
Then you hide behind some crates.
Some crates if there are some.
Are there any boardwalks?
Yeah,
or
there
such?
are, and you hide along those.
I'll put a minor illusion up as well, just to make it more.
You do. Okay. Sorry about that whole sort of conversion. I just needed to model this properly in my head. At the same time, then, the Kraken's Bane sails up towards the Relentless, which is flanked by a few other ships. Not strictly flanked, but they're sailing in a sort of V shape, a little behind. Mm-hmm. As the Kraken's Bane approaches, some of those flanking ships are going to move up as well. So, Corzin, I'd like you to do a navigation check with advantage because the wind is with you on this occasion.
Okay.
And all of the fifth rates are going to do their own.
The navigation is 6. Do the crew come into this?
They do. What is your current crew quality?
4.
Then you add a +2 to this.
+2. All right. Great. So that's... Okay. That is... 17.
Okay, 17. In which case, those and the level of navigation they have, they need to beat a 17. Fuck. Okay. As you veer into place, I rolled for each of them, for each of the 3 frigates who could get there fast enough. Their natural rolls in order were 16, 18, and 19. before I added modifiers.
Okay.
So as you turn and you take your shot against the Relentless and 3 other ships are going to fire on you. So Scamp, you're going to classically we do this. So you fire for Zheng rather than Apple Blossom.
Alton.
Rather than Alton, because Alton is not around. Corzin, you have the modifier for the attacks, I believe.
Yes, it's a +8.
Okay.
But also with a crew, that becomes 10.
+10. Roll with disadvantage because of distance.
Disadvantage because of distance. Okay, come on.
I'm going to do the same for you.
All right, that is a 19.
Okay.
That's not bad with disadvantage.
19 is not bad at all. With a thunderous... you see, actually, most of your shots land. You deal 315 damage to the Relentless.
Oh!
However, it takes it takes several hits across the bow. I'd like you to roll 3d8 for crew damage, please.
3d8, okay.
Yes.
Wait, d8, sorry. Yep. 11.
Okay, 11 of the crew is slain as well.
Okay.
However, at the same time, the 4 ships fire back.
Oh god.
Is this something I can bend luck on? Can I see?
You can see this happening.
Oh wait, there was 11 of their crew, right?
Yeah, 11 of their crew die. You're none of your
Not been hit yet.
Not been hit yet. Cool.
So the Relentless fires, but whether with the wind against their side, they're not able to really strike true, and that becomes a 13. What's the armor class
Doesn't
of the
hit.
Kraken's Bane?
15.
15. Okay. A handful of their shots manage to connect, but only a handful. You do take 105 points of damage.
Okay.
From the blast, and you
Okay,
suffer.
down from 700.
You do suffer 8 crew casualties.
Right. Okay.
We'll work out how many of those are permanent later, as usual.
Okay.
The second ship fires, and again is actually only a handful of the shots glance across your bow. In fact, really only a handful. They're actually not as good at shooting.
Sorry, could I have that damage again?
Yeah, it's 105, but it's actually 210 because the second glancing series of blows.
210, got it.
How are we doing?
We're on 490 currently.
It's over half, yeah?
Yep, still over half.
Good.
Half would be 350.
For Shamini, at half we go to half speed, which literally kills the whole plan in this situation.
So
we're on a boat, and then there's people firing, and then we're firing, and it's all bangs and loud and scary.
Oh,
Yep,
it's
yep.
fucking terrifying. How's Ellen doing? Like,
I don't think I like it.
oh no.
there are explosions as cannons begin to fire back and forth, but it's the third and final barrage that takes the cake as a series of no less than 20 shots impact the side of the ship.
Is this one that I can?
This is
take
one you
a
can
D4?
take a D4 off.
Yeah, please.
Please.
Might recommend.
Actually, that's a thing I'll ask.
-3.
-3.
Nice.
Okay. -3 takes the damage down to 210.
Okay.
Are we still over half? I don't think
Just
we
under.
are. I think we're
With-
fucked.
Yeah,
We're,
you.
280.
Okay.
Oh
with
yeah, we're under half.
with
Shit.
with these devastating series of blasts.
What's our total hit points? I've forgotten on the ship. I just want to keep a note of it.
The what?
What's our total hit points?
Total hit points is 700.
Yeah. With the damage to the ship, you are down to half of your speed. With the wind, which means that your speed goes down to 4 knots from 8. It is going to require some serious navigation checks to keep ahead of the Relentless as it pursues you. But the good news is, you have acquired its attention.
Good.
Ellen, don't suppose...
Do you have any mending ability?
What? Ellen is, just clinging on to something.
Yeah, the ship has rocked several times.
Just, a little bit shell-shocked right now.
Okay.
Rigging has snapped to and fro.
You're a magic person, right?
What? Well, yes, I could, I was thinking these cannons, and then maybe if you could make the cannons more aerodynamic. I mean, it works for rifles, doesn't it? But I probably couldn't
imagine
do that right now.
that would probably
Do you have
take
a lab
several
anywhere?
days, as much as that's lovely. Do you have any wind spells, by any chance? I doubt it, but just in case, I thought I'd ask.
Oh,
Anything that can give us a burst of speed.
I suppose. I mean, it's not really for this, but it does include creating some wind. Now that you mention it, I mostly use it for the electricity experiments, of course.
You have something that makes wind?
Yes.
What is it?
That help? Well, it's sort of whirling storm of wind, and there's lightning too. Bonus lightning in case you want to do any. You got a kite or anything around, or any keys? Because we could try some science while we're at it, and it would be highly educational.
I love science, but can you direct it?
Well, I could try. It's sort of a bit chaotic, but it's sort of a sphere, and it sort of exists, and
Vig, who's busy directing desperate repairs and retying, shouts, "Can you put it behind the sails?"
it's not designed for this. I'll try. Okay, wait 1 second.
We're fucked anyway. Go for it.
I'm gonna really. You're not designed for this. So the thing is, Jason, that it is a 20-foot radius sphere of whirling.
I'm gonna say that if you put it behind that, I'm
gonna put it right against the sail.
You put it right against the sail. Okay.
The sail is in the sphere, but
Right.
the majority of the whirling air is behind it. So that
Okay.
it will be pushed in a different direction.
You focus adjusting your instruments. What instruments did you decide on in the end? Was it rings?
Oh yes, I've got some funky little rings going on.
Yeah.
So I'm just
Cool.
it looks like I'm playing the piano. I'm like, let me just.
Oh, very cool.
With a few flickers and crackles of light, you see the sails begin to the main sail pick up and then billow outwards as, swirling around the main mast, a sphere of roiling, whirling air springs into existence, crackling with tiny little flickers of lightning to all of the metal nails and so on within range.
Yes!
Yep, that'll do it.
Danger of some bludgeoning damage happening to the sails.
I will say, the sails are somewhat designed for this, to take a certain amount. The maximum damage you can do is 12, which is below the damage threshold, fortunately.
Cool.
So,
Okay,
it's, the mast is able to withstand the bludgeoning without breaking.
Yay. I was lucky.
Yeah,
I've been
because
really
I believe,
awkward on
the
those.
mast has an AC of 19.
Yeah. How long can you sustain this for?
A minute.
Okay. The minute makes a difference. With that, you're able to push your speed from 4 knots up to 6. Which is enough to, for a minute at least, outrange the speed of the frigates behind you. I'm going to give you. I want to see if you can solidly get out of range before they can try and get another shot off. Give me a navigation check again with advantage because you have this unnatural wind behind you.
Come on. Natural 20.
Okay.
Yes.
Turning the wheel just rapidly to port, the whole ship banks on one side. It's broken a hole, creaking and groaning with the stresses, but buoyed up by the swirling currents of wind, you are able to get a few critical 100 feet onto the ship, over the ship. Your speed begins to slow down a minute later, and you watch as the ships in pursuit start to have to make decisions as the battery, the fortress which has been captured, begins firing shots out at them. Let's see how many of you go. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. The Relentless and 2 of the frigates begin to follow you. The rest begin to... the remaining frigate and the 2 fourth rates are both peeling off, and you see them in the distance beginning to engage in a loose sort of pitched battle between the battery, the Lightning, that privateer ship, and a couple of the merchanters who have taken out and begun engaging as well.
Excellent.
You have some of your plan in place. A couple are starting to swing round to follow through, but the rest are tied up.
Yeah. 2 questions. Oh, go for it, Shamini. Sorry.
Is there anything visually that needs mending?
Yes. So, did you say you have mending?
I do have mending.
Okay. I will.
Yes.
Okay.
Nobody else is that sensible.
Ellen wasn't really paying attention to the request, so it's only if she sees something and is like, "Oh, that's not very good."
I want you to roll just a straight intelligence check, please.
Oh, I'm good at that. 21.
Okay. You see a number of critical breaks and points, and there's in particular places where you can help out the carpenter desperately running around trying to patch things up. Mending ropes, restoring broken metalwork, things like that, and starts scrambling around to help. What's the current hit points of the ship, Corzin?
The current hit points of the ship are 280.
Okay. Alright, you are able to keep... It's going to be a few minutes until they can catch up with you. Shamini, roll 5 d20s. And tell me the total.
Good lord, hello.
That's a lot of maths.
Hello, Googling 5d20s. Return. Oh, it didn't work.
I find roll 5d20 works better.
There we go. I forgot the roll. 51.
Okay. You restore 51 hit points of damage. It's not just you. It's you and the carpenters and the ship just desperately working to try and get things back into shape. It's not quite enough to bring you over half, though, I don't think.
331.
331. You're getting close, but without Scamp to do improved mendings, you're in more dangerous territory.
That's a ritual.
That's a ritual. That takes 10 minutes. Yeah, you don't have this spell.
Ellen sort of wandering around going, well, I don't know much about ships, but I don't think that bit should be flapping.
The main problem is that...
I love it
you're
so
able to
much.
restore a lot. The main problem is that there are some serious holes in the hull that need plugging.
Oh dear.
There's a lot of bailing going on. Yep. There's at least two major holes that are very close to the waterline.
It's very much actual water happening.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh god.
They've managed to splinter through the thick oak hull of the ship.
2 questions.
Yes.
1. How's morale looking?
Good question. Morale has certainly taken a
might
shaking.
help with that.
So to find that out, Corzin, make a charisma check.
Charisma, okay.
Do you still have the inspiration I gave you?
Do I?
It's within 10 minutes.
If you haven't used it.
Yep, okay, so that's...
D10, my love,
whatever this is... Okay, that is a 60. I'm going to put a D10 into that.
It's worth it.
Okay, yeah, that becomes a 25.
Okay, honestly, despite the danger of the situation, the crew are putting their back into this and just holding down, doing as much as they can. By the way,
let's make the bastards chase us!
Yeah, second question, how long till I need to do a spell?
That
will take 10 minutes.
You are now into the war. You can start doing it now, and it's going to be a case of trying to keep ahead of them while you cast.
I will not do a song then. I will start casting a spell.
Okay, you start casting the spell immediately, just focusing, gathering together the power needed. painting out around you in small amounts what you
on the ship, as part of the hallucinatory terrain thingy that I'm doing. So basically what happens, for Shamini's benefit again, because you were not here when I first did this, it's the second time I've done the spell. It's very exciting times. We're leveled up recently, it's lots of fun. But basically the rainbow spirit gets big enough that it just starts coating everything like paint and changing stuff wherever it goes past, and Celestia's in the middle doing big sort of wizardy arms, and you can hear musical instrument sounds that aren't from anywhere. It's all very exciting. For the benefit of the crew's morale, since I can't do a shanty, I will just have the walls of the ship start playing that revolution song what you wrote. It could be anything for you, couldn't it?
That revolution song, whatever. Is
no
it
one is coming,
we're all on.
Yeah,
okay, yeah, just
nothing's on his throne.
The one about overthrowing the Osirian king, because I assume that they will all know it, having all been in Saul with us.
The Cillian king, but yes.
The Cillian king. But still, I think the sentiment stands.
Okay, patriotic music begins blaring out of the
walls of the ship.
Corzin will join in with gusto.
Yeah.
As you watch as the ship is the center of the illusion. It starts to change first.
I'm picturing her up on the rigging, having borrowed Corzin's spyglass, because I need to be able to see what I'm doing. So
the rest of the changes start to sort of pencil into existence in the distance, but rapidly will fill out in the end.
So I'm going for the distance first. I'm putting in some bridges.
Okay, distance first.
Well, that's kind of the most important thing. I'm going for bridges first. I'm going to make them Dreamfold hellscapey. Okay. So I'm going to have like ghostly figures all over them and big trees that look like fingers.
You can do trees but not figures. You can't do anything.
I can't do people. Okay, I will do trees that look like fingers then. Yep. And basically, everything blaring out big hellscape noises and like shrieking and wailing and crazy shit happening on these bridges and on the surrounding banks of the river. And last thing I will do is make us look like a ghost ship as requested.
Okay.
Basically.
So
like
it's
like a ship
this filling in as we go, because 10 minutes is a long time.
It is,
things that will happen along
I thought it would help to know the intention of what I was doing.
That's great.
Scamp, the pursuing three ships start to get closer and closer. None of the three of them spot you with that 17, because they rolled really fucking shittily on those checks, because that cloak giving disadvantage really makes a difference. Unfortunately,
we killed shadows for this thing. It's worth it.
It is worth it.
Someone does.
Oh no!
And as you are hiding behind these crates, just roll a perception check.
4. Disadvantage sucks.
You hear.
Oh no.
Roll a dexterity save.
19.
Okay, 19 is good. You make the save, but
and I'm resistant,
which is also good, because this is because
a lot of
you fly out of the way of the siege fireball descending from above. You do still take a quarter of the damage, though. So let me I'm gonna roll this one just digitally.
I hate it when people get hurt when they're on their own. It really worries me. It's horrible.
Okay, so the 54 damage you would take is halved to 27, is halved again to 13.
That's
you escape with only 13 points of fire damage.
This is like the second time in 3 episodes where you've been too far away to heal, and it's the worst thing.
As the crates and everything around you burst into flames.
Well, that was overkill. And like ineffective at the same time. Oh well.
Love Scamp.
Oh.
How close together are the ships? How far away are they now?
The ships are they are having to get closer as they approach. I will say that because of the speed they are traveling at, in a couple within 1 minute they will reach you. They're all 500 feet away. well, 700 feet away. And there are 3 ships coming. The Relentless, and fuck it, let's just call these... so we've got the Relentless, we've got the Indomitable,
Okay.
and we've got the... I'm going to borrow this as a reference to something. The Hubris Unsinkable.
Okay,
Don't call your ship the Unsinkable.
Relentless, unsinkable.
Asking for trouble.
Yeah, so they're all there. However, once again, what would they do? I'm going to ask you for another perception check, please.
5.
You hear a distant... And it's not the boom of an explosion, it's the crack of thunder. As from the opposite end of the pier, on the opposite side of the river, a bolt of horizontal lightning strikes out, spears out from one of the buildings. As they extend the range of a siege lightning bolt. Roll a dexterity save.
Why? I've not done anything.
That's not what that spell's for.
15.
Okay, 15. Okay. It's against the saves of them. Okay. This one is... I actually have to check their spell save at that level. One moment. Okay, plus 4, 7. Hey, 15's actually just enough.
Yay!
So the 47 lightning damage. Are you resistant to lightning damage?
No.
Oh, you don't have anything dragony, do you?
No, you don't have anything dragony.
Yeah.
Giz
I can't
reduced
wear armor.
to 23.
Tell me you have some potions.
You do see.
They're not going to help.
You do see about 350 feet away a handful of figures run into a barn, into a warehouse building and retreat from the origin point of the lightning bolt. What do you want to do, Scamp?
What's going to be best at this point? How far away with the ships?
Ships are currently 700 feet away. Actually, it's been around. They are currently 650 feet away.
And how far from the shore at any point are they?
You've kind of positioned yourself in the ideal position to get them when they're going to have to be within 200 feet. So you can't really, without going out into the water, there's not a lot you can do.
Okay, looks like we're going in the water. Didn't want to do this, I'm not good at swimming.
Okay.
I would like to dimension door
Okay.
250 feet ahead of...
Okay, with a... You appear in the water directly ahead of the Relentless.
And I will duck under the water because I always cast water breathing in the morning as a ritual.
Cool. Give me a straight stealth check.
Ugh. 12.
Okay. There is...
But they don't know about teleports.
They don't know about teleports. So
people,
you don't really
appearing.
know what happened there. There was a splash as you appear. But
I want to teleport like underwater, not like on top of the water, like at the surface, but just below.
Okay, so you teleported into the water. Interesting. Okay. In which case, yeah, fine. You teleport directly.
There will be some sort of movement on the water.
Yeah, there is movement in the water. Unseen by anyone except a passing alley cat, a scamp-shaped body of water appears in the space they were, and then smashes to the ground.
That's worrying.
Huh.
Weird.
But I don't know about that.
You don't know about
that.
That
is worrying. Oh well.
Oh, of
Holes in the universe. This won't have any consequences.
Okay, so the ship continues to sail directly towards you, getting within 200 feet.
Okay, how close is it to the other ships?
Because of the river narrowing, they are in a roll for each of these. See how lucky you are. One of them is 200 feet from the other, one is 300 feet from the other. They are veering closer to each other.
Okay, I'd like to try and put it so that it is in the path of one of them, but is also
going to
as
catch
much of the ship as possible.
But is also going to catch.
And I wanted the bottom of it to be at water level, so I'm not catching the water.
Okay, so you don't catch the water.
Because I want it to hit the water like it's concrete.
Yes.
All right.
But I also am kind of hoping that the other ships can't turn fast enough.
Oh,
they might not be able to.
That's true. I will have to roll a navigation check for them. But peering backwards with the not with the spyglass, peering backwards with your naked eyes, you watch as the three ships begin moving into the narrower West River. There is a creaking sound. And you see water, just little droplets of water, because the surface of the water is never perfectly smooth, begin to fly upwards. As, with a heavy creaking groaning, the whole of the HMS Relentless turns to one side, and then begins to rise upwards. With what seems like agonizing slowness from a distance, before bobbing in the air. You see figures screaming, fly out and up. Some fly out and away and drop.
They've done it!
The sails
cannons? Are the cannons secured down?
No,
they're secured so they don't roll.
They're secured so they don't roll, but there is certainly a lot of crashing and screaming that you can't really hear through the layer of water.
Ballast.
The ballast would fly up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's a lot of
That's going to be really
on.
messy coming
There's
down.
an anchor. Gee, there's some real shit you can do with this to a ship.
Oh yeah.
Roll an Arcana check for positioning for me, Scamp.
Okay.
I'm going to oppose.
I might tide
I'm going to
this
oppose
one.
this
Do it.
with their.
So worth tiding.
Oh, I can't. That would be straight roll then, wouldn't it?
Yep.
I will re-roll that. Okay. 21.
Okay.
And tides are active.
21.
Corzin's going to be glued to his
The
spyglass.
second ship tries to veer out of the way, but just catches the edge of this point and starts to lift up on one side. And it's this horrifying, unseen moment of these two ships slowly lifting into the air. Eileen, you watch this happening, and behind you, you start to hear screams, nightmarish screams in the distance, and you look behind as fleshy bridges of bone and flesh start growing across the distant river, sprouting hands made of finger bones that look like
Thank
trees.
You for the nightmares.
Fleshy Bridges is so cursed a sentence.
Yeah, there is a strange echoing quality to this to the music. It's not this music to the patriotic anthem that is coming out of the ship's hull. As you see portions of the ship's hull start to become more and more translucent and ghostly.
Yeah. Celestia herself is looking pretty fucking nightmarish at this point.
The parts of the bridge split open. There are sharp-teethed maws emerging from them.
This is just Ellen's bad day, isn't it?
Ellen's having the worst day.
Good. Would you like me to turn it all off? I could try and turn it all off.
Please don't turn it all off. This is taking a lot of effort.
Okay.
I'm sorry you're having such a terrible day.
Okay. Scamp, how long do you want to keep this up for?
So they're both as high as they're going to go, and it's clear that the third isn't going to get caught, because I assume the third one's not.
Roll a d6. Let's see how many rounds this takes.
2.
Okay. The first round, you see this just up into the sky. The second round is when the second ship begins to lift up and follow it. It's quite clear that the third ship is managing to veer out of the way. However, that means there is a round of some people to act. I'm going to say that before the point that the second... I need to roll an intelligence check for whoever this is happening to. Okay.
I'm still
1,
underwater.
2...
I'm not going to surface to do this because
You don't need to surface for this. It's about other people's actions. Okay. 2. 3. Okay. The second ship begins to pick up, to slowly raise up into the air. When you see a figure run towards the front of it in uniform and extend a metal staff, twisting the ends of it and slashing outwards at the effect. The ship's mage of the Indomitable is going to try and dispel the...
How far away?
I mean, like 100 feet, logically, based on where you are versus the central point of... versus where this happening. Is at least...
Counterspell!
I think this is at least...
I can double my range.
Let me work this out, because they could be anywhere between 100 to 200 feet, and that exact distance makes a difference.
Yes, no, it does.
Roll d10. Scamp.
1.
Oh.
It's in your favour. They are 110 feet away.
I can double it to 120.
Okay, you're going to counter spell? Okay. Third level spell versus third level spell. As they react, the spell to counter the spell just breaks. And then they start falling backwards onto the ship as the ship goes like full on vertical. Because it's not, the whole thing isn't going up like horizontally the way that the first one did. It's at the edge of the effect. So it's like, you see this bizarre effect of it almost sailing upwards. You know the ride. I think there's one at various Disneylands where you go on the ship, and it like rocks side to side.
Yeah,
and it goes almost vertical. It's a little bit like seeing that happen, but with agonizingly slow motion.
And it just keeps going.
And it keeps going and going,
and then hits the other ship.
And hits the other ship. Yep, this is true. Slowly enough that doesn't immediately have an effect. Actually, no, it's still trying at full speed.
They're going to fall on each other.
Yeah, that's going to be the effect. Scamp, you can see both ships are in position now.
Then I will cast Fly and bugger off, because that will drop it, and it gives me a chance to get moving.
So, two full-size ships immediately fall from the sky. Alright. Wow. I need you to make a dexterity save, because while you're not underneath them...
Water.
I'm going to get washed. There's
like a bow wave.
There is going to be a tidal wave that comes effective.
Yeah, which is why I'm casting Fly, so I've got some movement going as well. Yeah.
I mean, can you fly under the water?
No, but I'm going to sort of hit the surface and skin.
Ah, right, fine.
Oh, that's not terrible. 18.
What is your spell save DC?
18?
Then you make it!
Wow.
You Scamp surfaces and speeds along the surface of the water as the two ships crash into the water itself. Here's the thing, there is probably
on top of the other one.
Well, one of them hit on the side, so it's possible that one could soar into the other. I'm going to say that the Relentless, being the heavier ship, the one that went up first, is the one that lands on the other. So the bow of the Relentless basically chops down into the bow of the Indomitable. With a massive crunch. You hear the distant sounds of screaming as this happens. You are, by this point, you cast it, you're 60 feet, so 260 feet away at that point, because you were within 200 feet when you did this. Fine.
Yeah. And I can't dash this turn.
Yeah. You can't dash this turn. a tidal wave does burst out from the smash. Both ships take significant damage from the blast. I'm trying to think.
I can't imagine they necessarily fall the right way up as well.
No, they don't. That's the thing. I'm going to roll a d8 and just assign a random number to which is right up.
Corzin's going to point, yell, and say, "And that's why we're getting out of this!"
Okay, that... So I gave them both a 3 and 8 chance of landing up.
Mm-hmm.
With 1 being directly up, 2 being up but like to the side, 8 being up to the side, and like everything else basically being on its side or
down.
Upside down. They rolled a 2 and an 8. So they do actually, by ludicrous chance, land the right way up. But one of them does still scythe into the other one, and there is still the effect of just dropping that distance. It doesn't automatically kill everyone aboard.
Okay.
But it's bad.
But it does do massive structural damage. I'm going to say... Scamp, roll a d10. And I'll base it off this.
Sir Isaac Newton's doing backflips.
And again?
4.
No, sorry. Roll again,
another one.
please.
1.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna... So basically, yeah, the relentless... So actually, the first ship to hit to hit the ground is the Indomitable, which actually, for the distance it falls, doesn't do too badly in that split second of falling. It only takes about 200 points of damage.
Only 200.
Yeah.
How much does the Relentless do by falling on it?
That is the problem, however, because the Indomitable falls down and then sort of slides backwards almost, almost like doing that dip ride in reverse, and then the Relentless falls on it. So the Relentless takes 640 points of damage.
Jesus.
Which, with the 315 you already put on it, is a significant percentage of its hull. Not all of it, though.
It's a big ship.
But is enough.
It's a big ship.
Is enough to cripple its movement, however.
Oh, if it's at half speed, that's a move.
No. This took it below 25 hit points.
Oh, Jesus,
hit points.
Yeah.
It's dead in the water.
It's dead in the water.
The others might follow
Would you
us,
say, perhaps, that its powder supplies were slightly exposed? Or anything like that?
Corzin would be looking.
Roll a luck check, is what I would say here.
Imagine if you single-handedly sink the Relentless. That'd be nuts.
Well, I came so close.
You did last time.
The powder stores, some of the powder stores are exposed, but they're also flooded with water from the fact that we just dropped it from above.
Yeah.
There is certainly massive weak points, and it is dead in the water. As is the other ship, which, because of Newton, proceeds to take another 300 points of damage, and is also reduced to within 25% of its hit points, putting it dead in the water. Wow. Hundreds of crew are slain. There are fires which break out actually, because of the way things work, on board the ships as well.
Yeah, like every oil lamp has just gone over.
Leaving it basically down to the Hubris Unsinkable.
Okay.
Yeah, the Hubris Unsinkable...
I suppose that has, cannon ports that I could aim for.
It does! And here's the thing. It also has cannon ports that can aim for you.
Yeah, no, I figured it would.
Time to roll damage. Roll attack.
Oh.
So... I'm not going to do a full broadside on you because you're not as large as a ship, but I am going to make 4 attacks against you with their cannons. So,
I've had my turn, so I have my reaction.
Because they do launch a broadside on you, and you have your reaction, and Tides is up at the moment, isn't it? Okay. What's your AC at the moment? 15. Okay.
Are there any that I feel like I could prevent hitting me?
Honestly, no.
Great, I'm dead.
One is an absolute disaster, by the way. One of the cannons actually misfires and explodes.
You could legit die here, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, I'm below half.
I've got Phoenix down, so he can do something, but if you're in the fucking sea, that's a real issue.
One of them misses, but...
He's rolling on his phone, gang.
2 of them do hit, which means... Okay. How many hit points do you have?
35.
35.
Yeah.
What's your total?
88.
You take 52 hit points as a pair of cannonballs smash into you.
You're in the sea.
And drop you to the water.
I can breathe water.
You can breathe water,
Drowning.
you're not drowning.
I'm just unconscious.
But you are unconscious. From the ship, you do see this happen.
I do hate to say this because I have forgotten up to now. Where's Jeffrey?
Oh god, where's Jeffrey?
Where is Jeffrey?
First of all, roll a d100.
Oh no.
And
I'm
then
really
roll a
glad
d20.
that we've established that you cast water breathing every morning.
You do.
Yeah.
That's suddenly really helpful.
34.
34. That's a familiar number. Why do...
Oh, it's useless. It's happened before, but it's useless right now.
You know what? I'm gonna go over to Table Fables for this one.
Although, if I'm awake in the next minute, that's fantastic.
I'm just gonna pick which of these is the more fun one.
Stay alive, please. Please stay alive.
It's random as
So far away.
Yeah.
Ha! Okay, neither one would make a difference, so I'll tell you which one happens when you wake, if and when you wake up. Roll a d20 for where Jeffrey is.
12. That dice is rolling a lot of 12s.
Jeffrey is blown clear by the blast and lands in the water 60 feet away.
Oh, Jeffrey.
No.
Jeffrey can also breathe water.
Jeffrey can also breathe water and is not
Yes,
taking any
we
damage.
do cast it on the monkey as well. That is a thing.
That's good.
Yeah, no, d12. 12, that's where you are. Okay. So we're going to do this, I guess, round by round. For the sake of this, everyone roll initiative.
Okay.
Okay.
I need Jeffrey stats. Come here, Jeffrey stats.
Okay.
24.
11 for Corzin.
24 for Celestia.
That is a 13 for Scamp and a 22 for Jeff.
Of course.
Well, okay.
And that's a 6 for Ellen.
Oh. Ellen, didn't sign up for this, to be fair.
No.
I don't think I'd be quick off the mark if I was Ellen. You just went to buy a fucking hat, as far as we're aware. This is the worst day.
Such a nice hat.
Oh.
Is it like the alt
better
marker
survive
equivalent
this.
I hope it's a fucking nice hat for all this shit.
Yeah.
Okay. The top of the round. You are unfortunately you're not 6,000 feet away, but I will say that the party is basically 5,000 feet from Scamp at this point. Because of the distance. I do not know if there's something you can do to close that distance or not.
I can't think of anything. I can think of something that I would do in this moment if we saw this happen.
But you look back, you do see this happen.
Okay. I can think of something I would
Corzin
do. It
sees this
doesn't
happen and calls out.
directly
Yeah,
help,
cool.
but
Yeah, Corzin will see it.
it's not your turn yet, is it?
But no,
Yeah.
I'll say that you call out at the start before this turn happens.
Okay.
So Celestia.
Cool. I'm going to cast Sending, which isn't concentration.
Yeah.
So I assume... can I do it while I'm cast? How does that work? I don't know, actually.
Ordinarily, I'd say that this interrupts the spell that you're already casting.
If it does, I won't do it. But...
Roll an Arcana check.
Okay. God. Very, very low. 8.
No, you're not quite skilled enough to cast another spell while casting a spell.
And I won't do it. I can't think of anything to do to help. Honestly, nothing.
If you want to hold action, you can.
Yeah, I think... I don't know what I'm holding until, though. Usually you have to hold until a condition, and I don't have one, because they're just really far away and there's nothing I can do.
Okay.
Did you say they were like a zillion billion feet away?
Yeah, like 5,000 feet away.
Nope, fair enough.
It's so much.
Yeah.
It's not within like spell range at all. I mean, I don't think there's anything helpful I can do with my mirage that I'm casting. It's less than a mile.
Yeah.
I mean, can I see where they fell?
Yeah.
Oh god. No, because they won't know it's an illusion, so I can't do anything. No, because if I make a whirlpool, it'll affect them. Nope. No, I can't think of anything to do. I'm fucked. I'm sorry. I've got nothing.
Jeffrey. What does Jeffrey do?
Jeffrey is going to swim towards Scamp.
Okay. Yay.
It's kind of a dash to get there, but Jeffrey's
only got 20 feet of movement.
Okay. Jeffrey doesn't really have swim speed, but Jeffrey starts swimming towards Scamp. They will get there next turn. Scamp, roll the death saving throw.
Let me just check. Advantage on one check. This is an ability check.
It is.
Does exhaustion doesn't affect this, does it?
I don't think it does.
Death save isn't an ability check, so I don't think so.
I wouldn't let you. Yeah.
Can I tides it though?
I will let you.
17.
Okay. You make a death saving throw. At the same time as this happens, Scamp, the two impacts strike your body. You feel bones crack. There is another impact as your back hits the water and you plunge below. The pain wipes out and you feel yourself sink down suddenly into darkness. Around you.
Oh no, what is this?
Swirls. You are here and not here. You feel water flood your lungs, but you can breathe it. And around you is spinning crimson, silvery coloured water, fragments of reflective glass, and out of them you see a handful of figures emerge. Scamps, one silver, one blue, one purple. The one in silver speaks. You're alone. There's no one else here. We can help. Give us a minute of your time.
To do what with?
Save you.
What's the cost?
I can't do anything to heal you. And the moment you are healed, I can't do anything to heal you directly. If you have something you can use, you can do that, and it will wake you up, and this will end. It will tire you. It's going to burn through your body's reserves. But for as long as you are still on this side, I can give you the power you'd had as if you'd just woken up. We can give you that. Let us help you, and we will wake the storm.
Everything in the player is going, don't do this, it's a terrible idea. But also, this is too interesting to not
too interesting to say no to, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, like, the player knows Jeffrey can get there and I've got a potion, but... Oh.
And what will happen after? Will you all be okay? Will I be okay?
We'll still be here. We don't have time. This is as slow as I can make as I can make this, but you need to decide quickly.
I trust you, friend.
I don't.
Takes one hand. The other two, you see as CD puts her hand on your shoulder, Lux takes your other hand, and
God.
you feel your body flash with colours of light. In the distance, Celestia, you look back, still casting the spell reflexively, panicking, and you watch as a figure floats up into the air, flaring with silver light.
Is it clearly Scamp or not?
Clearly Scamp, but there's silver light coming from their eyes.
Celestia up until this point had been glancing back and still casting the spell and panicking and just shoulders sag in relief. Still looks worried, but they're up.
Friend as Scamp. You have Scamp's best interests in mind. You also in this state have unlimited 7th level spells, but you are continuing to die. This state will end once you return to above 0 hit points.
Unlimited 7th level spells?
Dear God.
Oh no.
But it only lasts while you're on the brink of life and death.
Fuck, okay.
It's your round. It's your round, friend.
Oh no. Okay.
Fucking hell.
I mean, do I have the effects of that last wild magic surge?
Yes.
Friend? What does it? What?
I think it is the maximum
Which one was
damaging
it?
spell one.
So the question is, do I throw a ridiculous spell, powerful spell, or do I reverse gravity? I'm assuming I've only got my...
Only your spells.
Yeah.
Oh, so no delayed blast fireball or anything.
Yeah, but I could have a 12d6 fireball.
Oh my god.
Or I could reverse gravity again.
Up to you, mate.
Yeah, no, there's no way I can advise you on this.
You're also flying again.
Oh, good. Is it concentration?
No.
Okay. Fuck. I'm going to reverse gravity on the other ship, because fuck that other ship.
In the distance, you see the silvery-eyed Scamp turn with a calm, cold sneer, extend their hand, twist it, and flip upwards. Screams echo out as the ship turns and sails into the sky.
Do I know what would happen if I took damage?
You will lose death saving throws.
Oh, okay. In which case, I've got the fly speed.
Yep.
So I will move 50 foot forward away from the body of Scamp and sink under the water 10 feet.
Okay. You are possessing Scamp's body.
Oh no, it's the body that's moving.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the body's moving. Yeah.
No. Okay, then I will just sink.
Okay, you just
I will,
sink straight
move out a bit and
60
sink
feet.
60 feet because shooting cannons into water is harder, especially when
harder.
you're in the air.
Every ship that can shoot a cannon is not currently optional. You watch as the silvery-eyed figure plunges into the water. I guess, does anyone want to do anything this round?
Cry? I don't know.
Okay, do we still have those slippers that allow you to walk on water?
You do!
Scamp's real far away, mate.
I know. I'm just thinking, it's gonna take me minutes running, isn't it?
Running.
Seeing the other ship go into the sky, though, what is are there even ships after that could conceivably get to them
everyone
first?
else is currently fighting with the fort, although seeing 3 ships rising into the air might be giving them pause.
Alright, Corzin is going to kick off his boots, don the slippers, and start running backwards across the water to get Scamp.
Can Ellen, seeing you put the slippers on,
Yep.
will try and help, and just yell, "Tuna! Would you like to be a tuner? I've heard tuna are quite fast."
Can you turn me back when I get there?
No, you'd have to sort of swim into a rock and bash yourself on the head.
Alright, I'll work that out when I get there.
Okay.
Do it.
I haven't actually got any stats for a tuna.
Don't worry.
There'll be something
I'm going to
in
say
the
tuna has
player's
60
handbook,
foot
I'm
move speed in water.
Okay, so dash, yeah.
So you start dashing as the Corzin leaps over the edge as you cast the spell. It's the weirdest thing. You watch as Corzin almost seems to become blurry and indistinct, and around Corzin, forming out of planes of light in a manner that's not unlike the creation of Marjorie, you see the body of a tuna encapsulate Corzin.
Tuna are quite big as well, aren't they?
Yep. Dolphin-sized.
Huge.
Fuck.
Oh, their Corzin size is great.
Actually,
Bigger,
than
much
Corzin.
bigger than Corzin.
Corzin's 2'10". A tuna's bigger than you were.
Almost gaseous sort of Corzin expands to fill the space within, and a tuna hits the water and just starts swimming.
I picture that
furiously.
from the rigging, all Celestia hears is Ellen shouting tuna, and then she just sees Corzin leap off the side of the ship and becomes a fish. Corzin, what the fuck? From like the top of the rigging.
Tuna maximum length 15 feet.
Jesus, okay. That might actually be more
not
helpful
know
than
tuna
being
were that
yourself
huge.
to drag them away.
That's why dolphin get caught in tuna nets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
One of the weirdest battles we've had.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is proper weird.
Surreal.
Including floating carriage looks like a dragon.
Yeah. No, this is weirder. Yeah.
Okay.
The horse-powered hovercraft. We'll have to tell you about it sometime, Shamini.
Oh, it was dumb.
Celestia, do you keep casting your spell?
I can't think of anything. If I can't
Just
send
watch
at the
it,
same
alright.
time, that is literally the only other thing I would do.
Okay, Jeffrey paddles to the point where Scamp
You know
was.
what? No, I'm going to notice that
Yeah.
that Ellen has done some incredible magic and go, 2 thumbs up, keep it up! Yeah! There's an awkward flash of rainbow and you get some inspiration. So that is a D10 whenever you fancy it in the next
Yeah.
10 minutes, basically.
Feel strange, a strange flooding of hope.
I was going to reply, none of these spells were designed for this!
You're doing so well. I hope the hat's worth it and I'm sorry.
Okay.
Of course, he would say
is
something,
so
but he's a
worth
tuna right now.
Friend, you blink, and I need you to roll D6. Tell me if you get odds or evens.
Oh dear. 6, it's not even.
Okay, blue light filters out of your eyes. CD as Scamp. Roll a death saving throw to start with.
Horrifying.
That's a 4.
1 fail, 1 success.
Oh, God.
And also, because of how we're into epic, we're into epic tales. So roll a D100, and we'll discharge that tides.
Oh no.
96.
Okay,
I don't know what that is.
you feel your body becomes strangely spongy.
Oh no.
For the next minute.
That's never been good before.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unlikely to come up.
Yeah. Also, wouldn't necessarily make a lot of difference at this particular point.
What is it they're vulnerable to?
It's piercing damage.
Oh God.
Bludgeoning would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Percussive, technically, for this. Yeah, okay. CD, you have godlike power. And time and Scamp teeters on the edge of life and death. You are mildly positively inclined towards this creature.
Oh. I'm trying to work out if this is what that creature would do. The ship's now as high in the air as it is going down,
yeah.
isn't it? Because CD is lazy,
Mm.
and I can't see them keeping up concentration for much longer. But they also are currently full of all this weird power that I kind of imagine that like the max damage surge is not comfortable to hold on to.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to discharge it because they're not about feeling uncomfortable.
Mm.
Is there anywhere that looks particularly vulnerable on the flying ship?
It's not actually taken. The Hubris Unsinkable has not yet taken any damage, apart from the
Yeah,
damage
but
which
is
is
there, like,
happening right now.
Potential open ports.
Oh yeah. The ports are
Gunpowder.
swinging open right now because of the jostling from flying up into the air. I'll say you
I
can.
think I'm going to need to use a sorcery point to double the range.
Okay.
of this. But is it 2 sorcery points? No, it's 1 for. Oh, means I can't quicken. I would do that. So they're gonna, CD will get rid of this power they don't particularly want and cast Fireball at 7th level
Oh boy.
into, if there's a powder hole they can hit, they will.
That's what 12d6
Yep.
times, which
Yep.
is 12 times 6.
Yep.
Okay, you do 72 points of damage. So what you all see then is
because it's max damage because wild magic.
The silvery-eyed figure disappears into the water. There is a pulse of blue from below, and a gleaming bead shoots out of the air just as the ship sinks down. And you see a cascade of explosions burst out of the interior of it. It then hits the water and breaks apart into a flaming, shattered mess. Damage that I rolled for that.
Wow.
You see crew members from the Indomitable and the Relentless are diving for safety, getting into longboats and rowing. You do notice in the distance a small handful of figures flying away to the safety of the western bank.
I don't blame them.
Okay. That's your... Anything else? CD Scamp.
I think they're going to... Oh, dear me, what is the sensible thing to do? What would CD do? I know that I've got one success and one fail on death saves, and now I'm worried about getting hit. But I am also under the water. I think they're going to start heading back to safety and take Jeffrey with them.
You sail up, collect the creature, and speed across the water.
I'm going to keep below the water.
Speed just below the water. Flying
because fuck it.
Corzin, you tuna forwards.
Yep. Like, tuna dashing.
Eileen, anything you want to do, Eileen? I'll just sort of watch these figures speed towards one another. Just watch the chaos and destruction around you. As about this point, you finish casting. I'll say, fuck it for drama. You finish casting your spell, Celestia. The last point's
done.
Link, and the ship is now ghost. The ship now looks like a ghost ship. It's strangely translucent, filled with blue light and patriotic music. And the banks of the Western River have been transformed into a fleshy nightmare land.
I mean, that's got to be doing terrible things for the morale of the other ships.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah.
That combined with flying and falling ships. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, one's destroyed outright, the other two are crippled and dead in the water.
Yeah, is there anything you want to do as Ellie and Shamini?
No. What do no. This is a lot. Are you sure? One more time. Are you sure? All the monstrous horror is definitely necessary.
Very, very much necessary. Also, it's not actually real, so if you just sort of pretend it's not here, that's what it actually looks like. It is an illusion, a very big and scary one, but we're fine, I promise.
Okay, just checking.
That was not convincing.
Corzin's last orders would have been, once the illusion is in place, to drop anchor and stop.
Yeah,
once we're past a couple of bridges.
Yeah.
So I guess we've done that. If I've finished casting my spell, I am going to cast Sending to Scamp because I've been wanting to for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Scamp, you okay? Underwater look terrifying. Fuck. Need help? Don't know what to do. Dead, alive, please say something, anything. Fucking hell. Shit, balls, ass. I send it over to them.
Okay, you get a reply.
Yeah, you do.
Don't worry. You'll get them back soon.
That's it?
That's it.
Celestia takes a minute to have a sort of tiny microcosmic panic attack, basically. Like a really small one that she doesn't really have time for, but that's essentially what happens.
I'm so thrilled and horrified by all of this.
So horrified.
Okay.
Climbs down the rigging and starts running towards the end of the ship as though it's going to help, but can't really do anything.
Jeffrey screeches at you in an irritated manner. You have little time for this, as your eyes turn violet.
Oh.
Lux as Scamp.
Oh, not Lux. Lux is
I actually
bad.
realised I did that check wrong. That should happen at the end of your turn. So, Lux as Scamp. What do you want to do before the death saves come? This body is broken and bleeding, but that doesn't matter to you. You can still move it.
No. How badly damaged are the 3 ships?
2 are dead in the water, 1 is dead, and so is everything aboard it.
Oh no. Oh. How far away am I from the...
You're...
From the Relentless?
From the Relentless.
Yeah.
You are started moving away.
Lux is vindictive.
About 300 feet. Wait, no, you moved closer, didn't you? You're about 250 feet.
And I still got 7th level spell.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, Lux is all about... Yeah, this is what Lux is.
Vengeance, yeah.
And nasty. So I'm gonna do another fireball.
There's a...
I'm gonna distance it. It doesn't have the full damage this time, but I'm aiming for the Relentless because...
Roll...
I think some of Scamp's hatred for it carries over.
roll 12d6.
I'm gonna use D&D Beyond's dice roller.
Do, because that's too many d6 for a person to roll.
And then double it, because it's vulnerable to fire.
Of course.
No. That is 39, so double, that is 78.
You start with the explosion. It doesn't sink it the rest of the way, but you do quite a lot of additional damage as this ship bursts into flames. Panicked crew members still aboard make a few token attempts at putting it out, but mostly they're just trying to get to the longboats and flee.
We're in so much political trouble with, everyone. Everyone.
At the end of your turn, roll a death saving throw.
I'm tired of doing this again.
We were flying under a false name and false colours.
13.
Okay, 2 successful saves. The Corzin, you swim closer. I'm just gonna, unless anyone has...
How far away am I now?
Getting closer and closer. You are speeding ahead, but you're still a couple of thousand feet from Scamp.
Okay, noted.
Even with crazy super speed.
Can I? Yeah, I'm just dashing.
Yeah, you're just dashing and dashing. Anything else anyone wants to do? Otherwise, I'll just bring this back.
Panic. Honestly, there's nothing I can think of, so I think she just panics.
The light in Scamp's eyes turns silver. Friend, you do want to save Scamp.
Yeah. But it's a bonus action to drink a potion. Isn't it?
It is. Do it.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what's... There's no sign of monobrow, is there?
Roll a perception check.
Out of character knowledge.
Does friend have the same stats as me?
Yes.
16.
You think there might be one of the figures that is flying towards the shore.
Ooh, how far away are they?
Similar distance, I'll say about 300 feet.
How high up are they?
Not too far above the water, only about 15 feet or so.
Not much full damage if I'd lost their concentration. It would be fun to properly sink the Relentless, though.
Yes.
Come on.
But it'd also be fun to kill Monobrow. I don't think it's going to be enough to kill Monobrow. I'm going to try and sink the Relentless, sod it.
Okay.
Do it.
One more sorcery point to double my thing. I can't believe it's only one. It's great. Oh. And yeah, I will cast one more level 7 fireball.
Okay. Just roll the damage to the Relentless.
42, which, if it's still vulnerable, 84.
Fuck.
Fucking hell.
With the damage, with the fires already started, as the pea-sized blossom hits the center and explodes, it cracks the already shattered ship, so that pieces begin to fall away. The Relentless isn't destroyed in one fell swoop, but you can see with the fires in place, there is little to no chance of retrieving it before the fire consumes it.
Okay, and then friend will drink the healing potion.
Okay. You recover hit points.
And as does that change between the Scamp and friend, just say for brandy, really quietly, under the water. No one else will hear.
For brandy. And your eyes roll back, and you were... So that was 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Okay, you take 4 levels of exhaustion and go unconscious.
Yeah, I figured. I thought that was probably what it was.
Oof.
And a minute later, Tuna comes in, catches up with you, and realizes he has no hands.
Okay, is there anything I can bash myself into?
You smack...
Or leap onto Jeffrey's sword, or something.
Yes! You ram yourself into Brannigan's blade.
Jeffrey's going to start stabbing.
Jeffrey starts stabbing. You let yourself get stabbed until the exterior body just pops like a soap bubble, and a slightly slashed up Corzin appears.
Jeffrey, it's me!
Grabs hold of the unconscious Scamp and swims with them back to the.
No, I can. If I'm me again, I can pick them up and run across.
Oh yeah, you pick them up and just start running across the water.
So am I 5 levels of exhaustion?
Yeah, you are unconscious.
I've 1 from death.
Yeah.
If it'd been another round, I would have died from the exhaustion.
Okay,
God.
I should have checked the exhaustion levels because I guessed that was what
Wow.
I am casting a level 3 cure wounds into you.
Yeah, you see the bones start to knit together, but they are still just wiped.
Okay, you regain 12 hit points.
Okay.
Lovely.
I'll say
Out of my current maximum of 44.
I will say that.
Okay, Corzin is now dashing back across the water.
Oh, how far away are they?
Race across the water. I'm going to hand wave this honestly,
cool,
because you managed to get back up to the ship, staying behind in the Nightmare Lands. But by the time you're there, the destruction of their lead ship, of two of their other ships, seemingly by a single ship, and a frigate at that. The conjuring of nightmare landscapes, the screaming and the howling over the winds, and and what they've seen is enough to break the morale of the other ships. They peel away. The surviving ships peel away and begin to move out. Watching from a distance, though, with your spyglass, you do see the troop ships were able to make a landing while the warships fought to create a distraction. They offload thousands of troops, hurriedly offload into the fort on the far eastern shore. The reinforcements have arrived, but with the battle fought, the warships peel out and away, moving out to get beyond the range of the defensive battery on the shoreline. However, equally, the Fort Beatrix has its own cannons, and so the defending ships are forced are not able to easily assail that either. But all this are things that you see come to pass over the next few hours, because more immediately you pull Corzin and Scamp up over the side.
Corzin, it might not be them when they wake up.
They're stable at any...
Corzin, it might not be them when they wake up. I sent to them, it wasn't them.
Alright.
I don't know who, but somebody else answered. That doesn't usually happen.
Would you have recognised the voice?
I don't know if I've heard the voice.
But is it the same as the Cedians?
It wasn't. It was. I'm not good at doing Scamp's voice, but it was something like a blend between.
But it wasn't Scamp, like,
no,
clearly.
It was something like Scamp with the if you filtered it through a Cedian, almost. But if you filtered it through that,
I don't know what she'd put together of that.
Yeah. It was
if
clearly.
If you recognise the Cedian, that's a problem.
Yeah. For context, Shamini, a Cedian is the man who we stole this spirit from that has just possessed Scamp, and I set him on fire and stamped on his face because he was that much of an asshole. So that would have been very bad. Yeah, I'm sorry, there's many layers here.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain
this turned out to be an unexpectedly momentous episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that you, with the chaos, the way things are, it soon becomes apparent that the enemy are retreating. The Aljin comes up, the ship's doctor, the hobgoblin. Sorry, the bugbear, not hobgoblin, bugbear. Would you like me to take them down for?
Yes, but one of us should go with you just in case somebody else wakes up. I'll come.
Thank you.
Ship.
Let me know the moment they're awake.
Will do.
Of course. There is a tense. I'm going to say hour.
How's Ellen?
Yeah.
There are a tense few hours. During that time, how are the rest of you feeling?
Ellen's kind of looking out at where all that just happened. Is anyone nearby?
Corzin probably would be.
Corzin would be, yeah. Yeah, he is actually going to come up to you and say, "Thank you. You have no idea how much that was a help."
That nice tiefling just destroyed all those ships.
Yes. There.
Did they have to do that?
It's a long story, but the commander of the Relentless is a person with whom we have history, bad history. They were responsible for the deaths of a lot of our former crew and the sinking of our former ship. Granted, that was not exactly how I expected that to go, but trust me when I say that it was a long time coming.
It's just seeing it happen, you know.
Yeah,
it's
was
far
a lot.
away, but I know there were a lot of people on the ships, and suddenly it's, you know, I do the science, you know. I design the guns and the bullets and the aerodynamics is a fascinating subject, but I never actually, you know, been in any.
You've not been in a pitched battle before, I take it.
No. It's not. I mean, I've always said it's not really my business what anyone does with any of them.
He waves for you to, he's just going to sit on the deck and he's going to beckon for you to sit down next to him.
Yeah, she will do that. Do so.
He offers a bottle of, I think it would be, in his case it would be rum first.
It's what one does, isn't it? When one's
I've got non-alcoholic stuff if that's more to your taste, but I figured it's been a long day.
No. Yeah, I will do the soldiery thing that the soldiers do.
I'm not a soldier, I'm a sailor. Sometimes there isn't that much difference, but... Here. It's a lot to explain, but broadly, we're always just trying... I know this might sound strange and even a bit kind of stupid, but we've always tried to do the right thing for the people who seem to need it most. We don't always succeed. I'm not gonna pretend that we've got a clear track record on that front, but look at them out there. There's armed troops firing at civilians, at their own people.
I always thought I could keep out of it, not really my business. I'm not from here.
That's admirable at times, but there are some times when, if you're not opposing that, you're guilty by association. There are some times you can stay out of it. There are other times that staying out of that makes you part of the problem.
I suppose I'm on a side now, because I gave you a bunch of weapons.
And we are going to honour that, and we are going to do what we can for you. We're going to do what we can to make sure that those weapons are put to good use, helping people and fighting for people who can't fight for themselves.
I have a feeling I'm not going to get in too much trouble with the company. I get the sense that if anyone was going to have the weapons, it would be the rebellion, that they'd want to have them.
This concerns me. I have to ask, how did you first become involved with Gold Star?
Oh, it's not. They're not called Gold. They're called the 5 Points Manufacturing Company.
Huh.
They run a research institute, you see.
Do they fund it?
Oh, they fund all sorts of research, yes. One wonderful science goes on, but obviously it needs funding, and there's the more pure research, but the weapons is for it's just for the
There's
money,
something
really.
You ought to know then. You know our mutual friend Benny?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, yes, Benny.
They had a another dwarf who they were studying under, a shipwright, and he was, for all intents and purposes, kidnapped and transported, essentially against his will, from Jover all the way over to Sunder. We still haven't found where he went or what he's been doing since he got here, but we think that the people who kidnapped him were the people behind that company. I don't know exactly what they are planning, but they needed him and they needed other people.
How would you necessarily know that, kidnapping is a very strong word. Maybe
we know because we found other people who have been kidnapped. We know because we have the advantage of being able to scry to a limited degree, and we also have found some of the other machinations that these people seem to have been doing. They were sowing dissent amongst the colonists over in Thunder's Watch. There was... I know this is a lot.
Anything about dissent. I'm just saying that sometimes researchers in the natural sciences choose to pursue funding options, and it might not make a lot of sense to the people that they know, and friends and family don't always understand, do they? That sometimes you have to take an offer when it's
when it's made, and it might be in unusual circumstances, but you have to...
Believe me, I do. We've had to make some very, very tough decisions in the past.
Was Ellen kidnapped? I can't ask because I'm not there, but was Ellen kidnapped?
Given that I have now mentioned this, can Corzin make an insights check to see if this appears to be the case?
Sure.
Okay, I'm making an insight check.
Oh no.
Okay,
Ellen was
that's
so
a 21.
Yeah, this is very close to home.
Hell! I think yeah. As soon as you said, I think the word kidnapped was like meant something, and she's gotten very jittery, and she's trying to convince you / herself that this is a misunderstanding.
Corzin is going to very slowly sort of take his hat off, and he's going to say, "Where were you from originally?"
It's a very nice part of the world. Actually, in the Western Ossyria, and you know, I'm sure I'll go back there someday. It's just that the work is very important, you see.
And if I might ask, then, how long have you been here?
I think at this point you will have been there around 3 to 4 years, possibly.
Oh, blimey! Yeah. Yes, well, quite a few years now. There's you only have to stay for a certain length of time. You see,
how long?
5 years, and then that's if you wanted to leave.
This was something that you agreed to, like you had no. I'm sorry to belabor this point, but we came across a person who appeared to be behind the kidnapping of Benny's mentor, and she had a habit of erasing and altering people's memory, playing about with their heads and otherwise cajoling them. I take a dim view of this, as you might imagine.
Yeah, so dim a view, you shot her in the face.
Yes, I did. I didn't shoot her in the face. What I did is I wounded her, then I crumbled gunpowder into the wound and ignited it.
That makes it better.
You set her head on fire, essentially. I really thought we were a chaotic good party, but I'm describing half the shit we've done to our guests, and I'm not sure anymore.
It was
we always have good intention.
No, it was because they were hurting my friends actively.
She had just thrown me off a roof, but still.
And it was the one thing I could think of that would definitely break somebody's concentration.
Yeah. She broke mine on a fly spell. It was bad.
Yeah.
That was the closest I've been to being dead. One of the closest times in this character. It was very bad.
So I have to ask you, who was it that was responsible for bringing you here?
Ellen is gonna say very quietly, it was a dwarf lady with silver hair, wasn't it?
Yep. Thought so. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can only promise you that at the very least, after what you've done for us today, you have our protection, you have our support, and if you want to get out of here, you have that option now.
You're not allowed to leave before the end of the contract. You see, you're not allowed to leave.
Who is it that ensures you don't leave then on this side of things?
Well, Ellen sort of looks around.
The lack of bodyguards.
Yep.
Oh, it was those two, was it?
I don't know. They'll send people. You see, if you try and leave, they'll send people and they'll find you and they'll.
Okay, all right. You're safe here. We are protected, not just by, and he just gestures broadly. But this is a pirate ship. We have to take precautions against being seen at all. There are, as I'm sure you're aware, magical means of locating people, and we are deeply invested in not being located magically. Ever. So, while you are here, on board this ship at least, you are safe. You can speak freely.
It is important work, you see. It's not... I wasn't... It's the research is for a good cause, you know.
I'm sure, but there is a difference between willingly engaging in something because it is a choice that you freely make, and engaging in something because you are made to feel that you don't have a choice, or because the choice is forced upon you. Believe me, I've been in that position.
What was their name, the person you were looking for?
Snorra. Well, the dwarf who we were searching for.
Snorra was the dwarf who you...
Yeah, sorry. Snorra was the dwarf who yeah.
What is the name of the dwarf?
It was, Horhace?
That was the surname, yeah.
Yeah, it was a dwarven shipwright. Urist Horhace.
There we go.
Oh, right.
Do you know him?
Well, you could say that. Yes, yes, yes.
Is she blushing?
No! How dare you? No, she's just like, this is all just very awkward. It's not because of that, just because of the situation.
Corzin
like,
pause.
Oh, damn it. As soon as you'd said shipwright, she was just like, oh, fuck.
Alright. Corzin pours you another drink.
He's not that good a scientist, you know. Just saying, if they wanted to, you know, kidnap people, they could kidnap people with, you know, Helga. Now that is a great mind. Do you know the revolving, we have some here, and they've got a little revolving chamber in, and it goes around in different...
Oh, this,
very
yeah.
clever.
I actually, know these weapons previously, and do you know why? Because I found one on the, body of someone who... It's rather complicated, again, but they were one of the people who had been transported here. And I use transported in the broadest possible sense. They didn't consent to it.
I really thought I could just, you know, do the science and leave it at that.
I know. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I can tell you had absolutely nothing but the best of intentions here. But I think that whoever these people are, they're taking people like you, people who have great minds, people who will change the world, and are bending them to some purpose as yet unknown, but seemingly very, very sinister.
I mean, it's not that unknown, it's just designing a lot of weapons, really.
So is it just weapons, or is it some other forms of machines?
Oh, well, I don't know what everyone else is doing in detail. I don't know the projects. You're not really supposed to talk about the projects, but there's a lot of very interesting research. There's the sort of like, there's the rifles, there's she's got something called a cartridge, which she says is very good. Don't know much about that.
A cartridge?
Yes, it's going to be the next big thing, apparently. I don't really know.
All right.
She's not. There's another lady, and she was like, "Oh, I don't even think they should be muzzle loaders." And I'm like, "No, you've gone too far now. Like, obviously they have to be muzzle loaders. Let's calm down." But you know, you've got physical chemistry, physics, all sorts of interesting things going on. A lot of steel. I don't know what all the steel is for. Like, ships. I don't know. I need to know some more about ships, really, because I would have thought that all the steel armour would really weigh them down, but...
Now, I thought that, but if there's anyone who I know who could make that work, it would be somebody like Benny or Eurist or yourself, seemingly.
Benny fucking loves ships.
Well, I don't want anyone to kidnap Benilda.
No, and neither do we. Upon this, we are very much agreed. We didn't want anyone to kidnap Benny's mentor either. That's part of the reason why we're here and why she accompanied us.
Oh dear, well, what if she finds out that I was involved with them, and then what will she think? Oh dear.
No, come on. Now, Benny is a reasonable person. She will understand what happened. I mean, from her point of view, you were in exactly the same place as Eurist.
Well, next building over, but yes, pretty much.
All right. You didn't happen to speak with him in person ever, did you?
Like, Jason, like...
He's literally your project manager.
Oh, yeah, he does all the freaking management. This is why I'm not a fan. I'm not really a Eurist fan, I'm afraid to say. Well, yes, obviously I spoke to him.
All right, is he still in the city?
No, he's at the Institute. Everyone's at the Institute. I got a day off to go shopping for hats, you see.
Oh my god.
He pours you another drink.
That you literally were hat shopping. Fucking hell.
Can you tell us where this...
If you behave yourself and do good work, you'll get a day off, and then you can go and do whatever. And I'm usually quite busy, but I thought, why not treat myself? And look how that turned out.
Why not indeed? Well, look. Are you able to tell us where this institute is?
Well, of course, it's in Beer Barrel. I thought everyone knew that. It's in Beer Barrel. It's the 5 Points
Manufacturing Company Institute. That was more than we knew
Institute.
5 minutes ago, which is useful.
Right.
All right. So, there's more that needs to go on with this, but like I say, you are absolutely at liberty to remain on this ship for as long as you deem proper. If you want help with anything, even if that is just getting back to the Institute, we'll be happy to help you with that. We ourselves have business there, it would seem. I think, though, that for now, we've got to lay low until whatever is happening in the city calms down a bit.
And that might actually be a good moment for us to come to an end.
Fucking hell,
the music wants it. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I could hear it coming.
The music was, like, ready for that.
So, thank you all very much for playing. Shamini, if you are willing to, we'd love to have you back next episode.
Oh, thank you.
Schedules depending.
More Shamini next episode.
For more Shamini.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for...
Thank you very
God,
much for
I mean, you were along for a fucking ride today.
Exposition bombs.
The episode before this, we had a birthday. So, yeah.
The episode after, we may have another.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is the date? It's like the 12th.
It is it's the 10th. You got there in crazy fast time.
But like last time was...
So we got 5 days. 5 days till Corzin's birthday.
Last time was basically birthday and shopping. This is what we had you on for, Shamini.
Yeah. And, you went shopping.
Gosh, I got the shopping in. I didn't get a party.
Oh, your character wanted a shopping episode, and this is what they got. That's so sad.
Just turned up 1 episode late.
100%.
Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
I only came to buy a hat. Now I have seen 3 ships go splat. I prefer science, sensible things, and definitely no kidnappings.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.